Now we are.
Um, did you guys hear about they said something about Grand Theft Auto being the reason for the car robberies in Chicago?
No.
Hear about that.
Yeah, they're trying to get it banned.
What?
Yeah, they're trying to get it banned in that place. What's it called?
In Chicago?
In Chicago. Yeah,
The the video game
the video
Grand
game.
Theft Auto
Yes.
will be illegal in the city of Chicago? Really?
Yes.
How are they going to enforce that?
That's what I was thinking because
There's
it's actually downloadable. Because I never bought
Yeah.
the game, I downloaded it. Nobody gets the disc these days. How are you gonna stop that? What if I take my
Well,
PlayStation to
if it's
Chicago for a
all
different state? Or
yeah, if it's all digitally bought and digitally delivered, then it might be possible actually. It might the from the server side, they might be able to see that an IP address located in the city of Chicago um, is running um, this IP that is not supposed to be accessible within the city, right? The state of Florida has done the same thing with Pornhub, basically. The entire uh, state, well, actually, first off, actually, okay, um, the the state of Florida implemented a law requiring a certain rigorous level of of age verification for um, a website to deliver that content to a device located in the state of Florida in order to protect children from getting exposed to content they're not supposed to, right? Um, and also because Pornhub is absolutely horrible with like um,
damn,
hosting content uh, of abuse and um,
you seen some
refusing
abuse
to
on Pornhub?
comply with the removal of abuse. Um,
Mm.
so the state of Florida said basically you gotta get this minimum amount of, and Pornhub's like, we can't do that. We're not gonna. So they just said any IP address, any server in the state of Florida, you're gonna get a pop-up screen that says, sorry, Pornhub isn't available in your state thanks to your lawmakers. If you don't like this, vote in different people, basically. They turned it into a political thing rather than actually working to comply with age verification standards set for them. They just threw up their hands and they're like, Not our problem. You guys, you guys did it to yourself, basically, is Pornhub's position, um, which is super sleazy, on brand, I gotta say. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really care either because it's trivially easy to just get a VPN and get around it. Boom. Sign up for a VPN, set a VPN to say that you're in Georgia or the United Kingdom or anywhere. that does not block that content. So it's nothing but a political statement that Pornhub did there. They're not actually working to do anything except just get different people elected. People will be more friendly towards their business goals, not making them take down content that contains, you know, actual um, evidence of actual abuse. They don't want to put in that effort.
They
So,
actually have like people who like that type of stuff. I mean, it's called dominatrix.
well,
To his own.
not, yeah, BDSM, right? That's different. This is people like sextortion stuff, right? Um,
Mm.
you, or I mean, are you familiar with that whole thing?
Yep,
Yeah.
too
So
familiar.
Pornhub hosts a lot of sextortion content. And when something gets removed, it just gets uploaded again under a different name, under a um, different, whatever. So Pornhub is like the central container for a lot of this abusive content. So when I say abuse, I don't mean like BDSM, people who get off on it. I mean people who are, actually abusing, extorting innocent people
Oh,
who
extorting.
made a
Okay.
mistake or whatever, texting some image to some person, some underaged people. There's a lot of underage content on there that they don't bother age verifying. Um, and a lot of that underage content came from sextortion schemes. Teenagers think that they're in a relationship with somebody somewhere, and they, get to the point of showing a picture or whatever, and as soon as they send something, it's boom, gotcha, you know. Now send us money,
Um,
send us this, send us that, or we're gonna release this. And a lot of the content on Pornhub, or not a lot of, but there is a lot of content on Pornhub that is the result of that sort of thing. The people who,
I mean, each person, it's kind of like social media can upload their own content. It
right,
isn't it isn't always Pornhub that goes right to those places and be like, we're gonna get this from you guys and post just this porn. It's people out there posting stuff.
right.
It's
It's
like
not
somebody.
all, it's not all of everything on Pornhub that is like that, but it is there to such a degree that it is a significant part of the reason that that age verification law was passed in the state of Florida to make sure that
Mhm.
the people and the accounts that are uploading this content are above board, are, you know, of an appropriate age to be participating in this sort of activity, right? It seems reasonable.
Yeah, they do that here. Uh,
Yeah, so it's possible,
I mean, the age
but
thing,
in Florida,
verification
Pornhub
thing,
doesn't
press a
want to do it.
button.
I'm sorry, I talked over you.
Oh no, I was just saying they have the thing you were talking about to verify if you're 18, which is the press of a button. It's not a really
Well,
big verification process. There's nothing you can do about that. But
right. Yeah. So I guess Florida's law is maybe a bit more rigorous than that. It's not just click, yes, I verify I am 18, like Scouts Honor. No, but um, rather than trying to figure out a way to do it in compliance with Florida law, they're making it, no. But it's still trivially easy to get around it. It's just you get a VPN instead of just click, yes, I'm over 18. Um,
It
but they
asks you,
still
are you a robot
continue
too?
to host all of that same content, you know.
It's like I hate to say maybe Twitter or Reddit. It's like people are going on there and posting a lot of stuff. Pornhub doesn't have all the they don't have themselves like we're just
The
gonna
man,
the
they don't
company
have the
like we're gonna go
manpower.
post this. No, they're just like they're not the people to post everything that's on there. I mean, I understand they can be sued for allowing it to be posted on their site, but
Right.
there's just millions of people out there uploading stuff that they kind of have no.
They do have a responsibility to ensure that they are not hosting child abuse material, and they are
Yeah,
not doing that. And
right.
that is a reason that Florida passed this law. And Pornhub is saying, no, we can't do that, or we won't do that. And so,
Yeah, I heard that part too.
yeah,
I totally
so
disagreed.
it's not, I don't know. It's not like I, as a Floridian, feel that the loss of Pornhub is a major impact in my life.
Major loss. I'm just kidding.
No, I'm not, but yeah, I don't know, the hosting a material, abusive material, again, it's not all, and anybody can put
They're
anything
gonna
up
have.
there. But because anybody can put anything up there, that means that malicious actors can put, um,
Yeah.
and then from there, everybody can see it globally, worldwide. And if they catch
Mhm.
something, if they see it and they take it down, it can just go back up again under a different name, under a different account, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
and if they don't
it's
catch it, then it's just still there. There's not a lot they can do.
mm, mm,
uh,
yeah, it just,
they're
I don't
just
know.
like the social media of all the porn. Like you can go there. Never mind. Not that. Oh man. Yeah, it's. I wouldn't say it's
Just
all
spit it
Pornhub's
out,
fault.
Pookie.
Uh, I wouldn't blame
It's
it on them in particular, because
yeah,
yeah,
well, it's
you can
I
tell them
mean,
you guys should enforce it more, but them going to post the abuse you're talking about, it isn't exactly like that.
yeah, they're not creating the abusive material. They're not
There we
generating it. They're
go.
not putting it
That's what I
onto their
meant.
site.
Yeah.
But they have a responsibility to ensure that they're not hosting it and providing it.
Yeah.
I'm just
I
curious how
heard.
you would recommend that they combat this problem.
Right. Well, I mean, AI tools at this point are definitely a good thing. They would be able to identify a lot of material, a lot of similar material, facial recognition. If a
Damn. For
um,
porn? Facial recognition mark? That's
if an
far out.
individual has been victimized, um,
Oh, I
if
thought
their
you.
face and their um, non-consensual content has been hosted on Pornhub, then facial recognition would be able to say, and see, okay, this content was uploaded before, was flagged as abusive material, and do not upload, do not host it. Have it sweep over the content of the site and see if there are any other instances of that individual being victimized in other different ways and remove those and seize those accounts, flag them, report to
Um,
law enforcement when people are committing criminal acts. Like,
that's a lot of work for Florida.
huh?
So that's a lot of work to put in just to take it down in Florida. Yeah,
Right.
I
So
hear what you're
Pornhub's like,
saying.
we're not gonna bother. We'll just take revenue from the rest of the world. It's a lot easier.
Correct.
We
Uh,
don't care so much. It doesn't bother us that children are being abused and victimized and that we're hosting
okay, that's what
child
I thought you were
content.
talking about. I've never seen that on the internet. Not that I've been looking for it, but it
No,
might
but
be
it
there if
has
you push that
definitely
search
been
button. But
shown. It has been shown, it has been proven that it is hosted on Pornhub.
yeah,
And they're not going to advertise it as such, right?
I agree.
They're gonna flag it as like teen, right? And say they're just pretending that they're teenagers. They're all 18 and consenting, right? They can
Uh,
say it. That doesn't mean it's true. And it doesn't
oh,
mean that the
wow.
person who was recorded feels any less victimized by that video being up there. And then they report it, they have it. They shouldn't have the responsibility to go and search through Pornhub and flag their own videos, their own
You can though.
victimization.
You can. You
You
shouldn't have the
shouldn't have
responsibility.
to.
I hear you. Go ahead. Yeah.
The victim should not have to. It should be on Pornhub to not provide this platform
I think
to
there's a lot of
spread
porn
this.
sites that also just take uploaded content. It's not just Pornhub. Pornhub just happens to be one of the biggest names.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
like the Google of
They just buy all the
legal
porn from all the companies and put it on their site. It's not really like they know exactly what they're posting. All those companies just have stuff that are just posted, and everything eventually goes on Pornhub. Because
I mean, it's a
yeah,
problem if they don't even know what they're hosting.
yeah, it's a lot of work though. I see what you mean, but
Oh, it's too much work. It's too hard. We shouldn't do it. We shouldn't even bother. Let's just
I mean
not
to
send
only
it
do
to
it for
the.
Florida because that's what Florida wants. Everywhere else is complaining. I mean, not that it's not a problem. I'm not saying it's not a problem because it's child porn, but I'm saying, yeah, to go out there and search and do the
Well,
face recognition and all that stuff. Very interesting.
yeah, well, honestly, though, it sounds like you're saying, I'm not saying it's not a problem. I'm just saying we shouldn't bother doing anything about it.
I
Like,
mean,
it's
there's nothing
only
I can
Florida.
do. So
Well,
whatever
yeah,
they
there's nothing you personally can do except, I mean, maybe
complain to
try
you,
to
that's all.
campaign for similar laws in your state. If enough states
What?
all pass these laws to make it impossible for this to be delivered everywhere, then it might be difficult enough for Pornhub to continue operating, and get to a point where they actually put in the effort to make sure that they're not providing illegal
I am
material.
I agree with you.
definitely not
There
saying that it
shouldn't
shouldn't
be
be
child porn
done,
on
but
there. Go
how are
ahead.
they going to police all of it? I still don't think that even what you're suggesting would even catch all of it.
Oh, YouTube has no problem flagging all kinds of dumb content. They flag videos just for saying certain particular words. We got to say grape, right?
They don't
In order
even have,
to communicate certain sorts of illegal content. Otherwise, YouTube might flag it and take it down. So, yeah, algorithms, data centers at this point, it's becoming so easy. I mean, Yeah, they can generate this sort of video content if they didn't have guardrails on saying, no, um, Claude, no, don't create virtual, illegal whatever. So it doesn't seem like it would be that difficult to have this turn this data center over and look at the content on Pornhub and see if they can, right?
You
They're building
you ever
data
looked at
centers
Pornhub?
everywhere. Why don't they build a data center and dedicate it to identifying child abuse material online? Why? Why
Mm.
not?
What were
They've
you saying,
already
Pookie?
got
It's
they've already got, you know, crawlers,
it's hard.
crawlers
Uh
basically going and vacuuming up all of the internet. They have to filter that stuff out already anyway, so they already know how to do it. The big data companies just partner up with Pornhub
I don't
and
think
um
that
get it done.
comparing YouTube content and Pornhub content is equal.
yeah, because
Yeah,
everybody
YouTube
has their
has
thing.
orders of
So
magnitude more material to
YouTube
deal
doesn't
with,
have
and
a
they're
bunch of porn on.
no, I'm not talking about no. What are you're talking about the how do they do it, right? And I'm talking about a platform hosting orders of magnitude more video content than Pornhub does, is able to identify at a granular level tinier, littler, itty bitty oopsies in videos and ban them, flag them, take them down because somebody said a word, right? If
But
a
that doesn't have
video
anything to do with
platform orders
porn.
of magnitude greater than Pornhub is able to manage identifying and
um
removing this, other
the
How are
different.
you going to identify porn that is non-consensual versus consensual? How are they going to do that?
Well, when the victim reports it,
Most
um,
victims don't
I believe
report.
they would, if you do report, okay, I'm under 18, they will take it down, but there's no one to go police
right, and so
everything.
goes pop right up again, and they have no
Exactly. How do
mechanism
they
in place.
police it?
Right, and they have no mechanism in place to prevent that. And it would be trivially easy to do that with the tools that I just described, facial recognition and identify, recognize the same sort of content with the data centers going up everywhere that they're,
Um
I mean, it would be simple if Pornhub wanted to, but
um
they
what
don't,
I was gonna
and
say
that's
is
why it's a
I
problem.
disagree.
some of that stuff
Yeah,
that's
you
up
can
there,
disagree, but that means you're wrong.
some of that stuff
In
that's
your
up there,
opinion,
they put it up there for certain people
No,
that like
that's a
that type of
fact.
stuff. I mean, if it's legal, then they're like, okay, somebody gets off on this, so they keep it up there. Everybody has their thing. They're not just posting it and people are like, ew. There's some people up there sitting there watching it, you know, keeping it up for later. Yeah, it's not only Pornhub. It's hard to police something like that because, like you said, they're gonna take it down. Someone's gonna go post it again. It's like social media. They're just like, I want this to be up there. Uh, People want to get some
there's
clicks.
porn all over Reddit.
Yeah, it's hard to police it. Oh man, that's a hard place. I mean, a hard thing to just be like.
Right, but
The
they
facial
don't
recognition
they
thing just
don't
threw me.
bother.
That's a lot of work.
No,
But
I'm not
Well,
saying facial, like the recognizing the same video has been uploaded before, has been removed before. When they see the same video going up again, it's not that difficult to recognize one video matches another video. If this first video was removed because it was flagged, then this second video being uploaded by this other content, other um, account should not be allowed to go up. It should be reported to authorities.
I agree. If there is child pornography out there, it needs to be taken down. Um,
And
But
it's
anything
all
else that's
over.
not
definitely.
a child, anything else that's like a teenager, it's up to you to believe, okay, this person's under 18 or this person's over. Um, but yeah, that stuff isn't up there. Like Pornhub's like, okay, we need a section for this. You go look up child porn, that's your fault. But yeah, I agree. It shouldn't be up there, but it's not. It's a hard way to police that, Mark.
No, the
It's
teen category is rife with just borderline.
yeah, but they're like
Um,
19 and 18. You got to choose. How do you think this person's under 18? It's really. I'm. Go ahead, Mark. I don't have. I'm lost for words. It's like I said. It's just gonna be hard to for them to police everything and take down stuff every day because I don't think they're scanning for stuff. They're just allowing stuff to be posted.
yeah,
Uh,
and that's a big problem. They shouldn't be
it
doing that.
is.
They should be
Um,
taking proactive steps. They should be the ones who have to come up with the ways to do it. It shouldn't be up to me to tell you how Pornhub should do their job. Pornhub should do their job in
it wasn't.
compliance with the law, right? Not hosting illegal activity, you know,
Yeah.
sex abuse of minors, not hosting sextortion videos and imagery. Like this is not my job to
Even
solve.
even if Pornhub does do something along those lines, they're just going to go post it somewhere else. They'll put it on Reddit or one of the other sites that takes uploaded videos.
Hmm.
And are you saying that it should be
Especially
on the
Twitter.
victim to, are you saying that it should be the victim's responsibility to go track down that video all across the internet and then have it enforced? I mean, that seems pretty unrealistic to put on an abuse
I mean,
survivor.
Pornhub is like the Walmart of sleaze, okay? If you take it out of this
Please.
gigantic
There's a
department
lot more
store
than just
and
Pornhub.
move it to these tinier little boutique places, you are vastly limiting the impact of that.
It's still out there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
There's
that much harder to find. It's buried that much deeper, and the impact is that much smaller.
uh
If you say so.
Let's you know what, never mind. Let's just leave it up there and make it as easy as possible for anyone to see, right? Andrea's
oh
position.
man. Um
You can have whatever opinion you want, but I'm not going to argue with you.
Mm,
yeah, it's like I said, it's people like you said, if there's child pornography out there, oh I'm sorry. If there's child pornography out there, I agree with you. Um the AI should catch a child. But then if you have to guess, is this person 18 or 19? That's the part that I'm saying is hard to police because you're gonna have to go through so many videos. And is she 18? Is she 19? Does she want this to be up there? It's I don't own a company like that, so I wouldn't say how easy or hard, but I think it sounds like a lot of work to go AI check all the videos and face recognition and a
I'm not saying that it should be
no,
there. I just think that
me
you're
either. Yeah.
proposing a very unrealistic solution to a problem that's been going on for years and years. And
mm.
it's not just Pornhub. You're singling
Yeah.
the
out Pornhub.
the ability to train AI models at a scale to develop algorithms like this to go and identify, flag, and remove currently is at a point where it actually is possible to do this kind of thing. It actually is reasonable to be able to develop this sort of algorithm. And the great thing about LLMs and AI like is once you go and do the training on the video on the data set that you have, you leave, you let it run and it operates on its own. You don't have people going and flagging. It's not that it just does it. right?
I don't see how you can train a computer to know how old someone is and whether it's consensual or not.
Yeah, it's hard work. But I mean, hard work
A
for
lot
people
of
like
people,
me.
a lot of
It's
people don't look their age.
yeah, and some
And
people.
that's
Uh,
exactly how predators get their material out. And that's
okay,
exactly how they victimize people.
if you,
Oh, it's hard to guess
I'm
people's age. Oh,
gonna
this
think
14-year-old
assume
really looks closer to 16, 17, and that's borderline. Can you really tell? Can you really be sure?
they take it
Mm,
down if she was under 18. They wouldn't just say, okay, you can keep this up here. We know she's this age. Uh,
Well, how do you know? How do you know she's under 18 though?
How do
That's
they
what
you
know?
don't know. They don't
right.
know either. We don't even know. Um, we're just gonna assume these people are under 18. There's no way to. Yeah, people look like you said. People look different ages. Mm. I was gonna say, yeah, that's just gonna be a hard system to do those videos because you already said they're just gonna put it up somewhere else and different name, different VPN, put it back up. But yeah,
I
Pornhub
personally think,
doesn't make their porn. They buy porn from other sites and they get all the porn from everywhere else. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
bury it down as deep as possible. Make it as difficult as possible to find. Yeah,
yeah. If you
that's what I would
search
say.
that in your search history, child pornography, then yeah, there
Yeah,
should be a problem. But I don't think
make it
that's gonna pop up on Pornhub.
make it difficult. Make it hard.
There's
This
no
is
section
not
for that.
something. Remove it from the Walmart of sleaze, as I called it before. It's just right there, up at the surface level of the internet. It used to be that content like that was buried deep down. You had to go and search for it in the depths
I
of
mean,
the
you
dark
still got to go
web.
search for it. They're not promoting child pornography.
No, you don't. It's right there. It's right there.
you've been searching
Yeah.
for it.
Uh,
You don't type in child pornography. You just go and look at teen, and it's all right, you know. You can find some really, I mean,
really?
Oh yeah, there's some disturbing shit out there, but that doesn't
It
mean
all
that
they all
it's
have an
all
audience.
unconsensual.
Yeah. The word sleaze had me laughing. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what to do to have people able to, like I said, police all that. It's gonna be some time and they I mean, somebody would literally have to sue them because they have to be like, you guys keep allowing it, but then someone's going to keep posting it like Reddit.
they have
Post
been
it, we
sued.
find it, take it down.
They
Yeah,
have
they
been
find it,
sued.
then take it down. Find it, then take it down. They will take it down if they find child pornography, but it's that's the hard part. Going to find it and find out who posted, and they make a new screen name and they post it again.
Right, and they
No
have no
Um,
one's
mechanisms in place to prevent the reposting of content that they have had flagged and have removed that they already know is bad. They don't stop it from going back up, and then they continue to host it and provide it to the
and
world at
even
surface
if they
level
did that,
internet.
even if they did have all of those mechanisms in place that you don't say that they have, that doesn't mean it's going to stop anything from happening. There's
Oh,
still going
it's
to be people
hard
making
to
child porn.
oh, it's hard to do the right thing, so we should just not even bother. Oh,
You're
that's
just
not
going
what
to go
I'm
back to the
saying.
same argument over and over again. You're not listening to anything.
I don't know
Uh,
what you're saying. You're not saying, I mean, all
Just
you're
because
saying
if
is it's hard.
no, I haven't said it's hard. I'm saying that if even if Pornhub just completely fucking disappeared off this planet, it's still going
that
to happen.
stuff
There's still
is
going to
still
be
here.
people victimizing people. They're still going to have it putting up on other sites. It should not be
Yeah, it should
Okay,
not
in the
be
first
as
place.
profusely readily available at surface level internet as it currently is. Back
But
in
it's
the
not just
olden
Pornhub.
days,
Yeah.
huh?
It's
It's
not
not
just
just Pornhub.
Pornhub.
There's a whole lot of places out there that have the
Yeah,
same shit all over it.
right. Yeah, and
So
they should
attacking
all
Pornhub isn't
be
going to do
subject to
anything.
the same laws. I mean, they actually are in the state of Florida, all subject to the same laws. The statute was not written specifically against Pornhub because that would be pretty damn illegal. But yeah, they should
It's
all
still not
be.
going to stop the actions and the content being created.
No, but you bury it, you limit the impact as much as possible. And I mean, you keep ignoring the point that I've made that putting it up as high in the internet as Pornhub is makes it a problem, puts it out there in a
It's
way
not
that
just
is not.
Pornhub.
Yeah,
I'm
they don't
sorry?
put it out there.
It's not just Pornhub. They're not the ones that are putting it out. It's all of the people that are making it and uploading it. Should be going after them, not Pornhub. I'm not saying Pornhub shouldn't have better controls,
Pornhub should be
but
held accountable for putting it out there. They're
they're
They
just
not
as
the
don't
ones
put it
who
out
complicit.
created
there.
it.
They're just as complicit for hosting it and making it available to the people who consume it. If it's illegal for people to possess and
Yeah.
it's illegal for people to make, then Pornhub, by virtue of having it on their servers, possesses it.
But that is
Period.
not the
End
one
of
and only
story.
place, so I don't
That
understand
is
why you're
it.
attacking Pornhub.
They are in possession of child
If
abuse
they knew, they take it
material.
down. They don't know
And
that
so are
willingly.
thousands of other websites.
Right.
So why are
Yeah.
you singling out Pornhub?
They should all be removed. They should all have criminal charges filed against them, all of them. They should all be taken down. Why would I be like solely focused on Pornhub in this issue? Why do you think? Why would
That's the only thing you keep bringing up is Pornhub.
Yeah.
Because it's the biggest, it's the easiest to talk about. It's the one that started this whole conversation off because Pornhub is shut off to the entire state of Florida. That's where this led. We started off
I'm
with a
sure you.
Reddit post that I didn't even ever read. I found out my father wanted me to be aborted. Dad is the only person in this family that I thought loves me.
Let's
16
go to
people.
that. Go ahead.
That was what that was. And then somehow we got veered off into this direction. And I
I don't know
told
how
you
we
about
got to
porn.
porn, but that was a good
So,
conversation.
yeah,
But keep
Pornhub
going.
shut off its service to the entire state of Florida is why I kept bringing up Pornhub. That was the subject we were
Sucks for
talking
Florida.
about. Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, sucks for Florida. There's other places you
Just
guys can
sign up
find it
for a
out there.
VPN and do it again. They're making it a political statement that they just want different lawmakers in place.
So you don't want it up there, but you're telling everyone to just get a VPN so they can go look at it anyway?
No, I'm telling you that what they did is a non-statement. They're not,
They're
rather
not
than
looking at
making the
what's being
effort to
posted.
comply with the law, they're telling people to go and vote out the people who put the law in place. The law that the people wanted.
And when you say they, you're
You're
referring to Pornhub, right?
Pornhub. Yeah, rather than complying with the law that was passed in the state of Florida, Pornhub is like, this is too much effort. We're not going to bother.
Um, what I will say is there's porn you'll go to. You go to that stuff on the internet and it's all told you. It's coming from another site. Um, yeah, it's like it doesn't the content doesn't belong to them. Um, so yeah, a lot of that's coming from a different site.
If
Oh
it's
man.
passing through their servers, then they are in possession of it.
Yeah, you're right.
And if it's not being provided by another site, all of what is not being provided on another site, they are actively in possession of. And I know
Um,
people, I know a person, there was a guy I used to work with, kind of creepy guy to begin with, but he was
because
arrested
you
for
like porn, he's
possession.
creepy.
He went to
Uh,
jail
he should
for
if he has
possession,
possession of child pornography. Yeah.
right? So this company should be held to the same sort of standard. If they're
Yeah.
providing it, if
They
they're in possession of it, if they're providing it, they should be shut down. Any other
uh
company that is in possession of it, that is providing it, should be shut down. I don't need to know the names of all of them, Andrea. Shut
yeah,
them all down.
I think
I
you
Period.
wasn't
should.
asking you to name them. I'm just saying
No.
there's a lot of others out there that
Right.
rely
Yeah.
on
There's a
stuff
lot of
that
others
people
out there.
upload.
Shut them all down. Any and every
What?
site that
You're
is
muted,
actively
Toaster.
serve. Huh?
I was telling
Uh,
Toaster she's muted. She was talking.
No,
Oh,
do name them so we can avoid them.
uh, we
I
don't know.
mean,
There's so thousands of sites that are going to post those stuff. People are just going to take them to Pornhub. You're not going to see Pornhub themselves posting a video, and
You can
then
see
there's
it on
something you can
Reddit.
point directly at them and say, "You did this, Pornhub." You can't do that. Um,
You can see it on Reddit. We're all on Reddit all the time, so we should shut down Reddit.
yeah, Reddit has its yeah.
There's
It's
a
not just
significant
them.
amount of porn on Reddit.
Yeah, same shit. 19-year-old likes these kinks. Same shit's on Reddit. Same shit's on what's it, X? uh why do I know? Because I went to look. Um you seek and you shall find. Um yeah, you had a post about something, somebody's dad not loving them or something like that.
that's another intense conversation to go into.
Come on, that's what we're
Um,
about. Intense conversations. Don't run from it.
mm,
My poor mouse is dying. It has to be plugged in.
So
okay.
Mark, you got that article?
From Reddit, r/what should I do? This was 3 days ago, titled, I found out my father wanted me to be aborted. Dad is the only person in this family that I thought loves me, as from a 16-year-old female. My family doesn't love me, and I know why they don't. I was an affair baby. My father got a subordinate at work pregnant. He was in the executive position, one step below the C-suite, and my mother worked in a non-managerial position. Given the position gap, to call it like that, they shouldn't have even known each other, so many levels between them. Dad was 20, Dad was 40 and Mom 24. Dad was married when he had the affair. Oh wait, Dad was married, and when the affair came out, his wife was angry, but was like, boys will be boys, and didn't divorce him. Boys will be just like, ah, okay, mad, but accepted it as what, business as usual. I don't. Okay. He offered money to my mother to terminate the pregnancy, and she refused. But as he didn't divorce, my mother was angry and handed me over to CPS. She didn't care about me. I was almost 2 when Dad decided to take me back. He initiated divorce, married my mother, and since then we are this perfect, handsome family. My mother doesn't love me. She openly told me this many times. Wow, that's a hell of a thing. My
You're
grandmother
traumatized.
from, I'm sorry.
Understandable. I said like I've heard this story, not this story like they wrote it in particular, but I've heard the same type of story happen the same way. Children born from being raped or from affairs, and then they're like, "This wasn't the intentions," and they give you the CPS. Um, yeah. So I mean, this isn't unheard of or something. Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Mm.
Mm.
My grandmother from my father's side is very old, sh but she also is cold towards me because she adored his ex-wife. Dad is a busy, career-oriented man. He is the VP now. Who is most of the time away, but when he is the only one, but wait, who is most of the time away, but he is the only one that loves me, or so I thought. We are both into sports and exercise together, jog together. We ride horses from time to time. He shows me affection, tells me I am loved all the time, and encourages me to study. But when he is not home, I feel like an intruder. I barely leave my room and can't wait for him to return. I am 16, but I cannot remember my parents having a positive interaction. They yell at each other all the time. I haven't witnessed anything lately, but there was also physical violence involved on both sides. In public, they hold hands and she sits on his lap. He kissed her cheek. I only found out recently that my dad gave my mother money to abort me and cannot get past that. I ran away from home when I was told. Mom didn't care. Police found me 3 days later. It was the very first time my dad took many days off. I don't know what I should do. I thought at least my father loves me, and now I kind of just want revenge, and I feel so much anger. Okay, that was the end of it. There's a couple edits here. Um, First edit says I answered in a comment, but that is not visible. It was my mother who told me just to hurt me. She really does hate me. She actually got pregnant again like 4 years ago. I was 12. Dad wanted the baby. I was terrified they will throw me out. And she aborted it, just like that. Dad slapped her. I witnessed it, but it also made me wonder that if I really am the problem, because she must still be somewhat, they still must be somewhat close, no? If she got pregnant again?
Yeah, yeah, it seems like it. I mean, unless she said rape, then
Uh,
Just because somebody's married to somebody does not mean that they're close, even if they're having sex.
yeah,
yeah, later edit.
right there, you got that.
I know I am also acting out and did something dangerous. I talked to a 40-year-old man online and I told my dad I am seeing him, which is not true. And I blocked and reported that dude. I thought he genuinely wants to talk with me about a TV show, but he wanted to meet and asked for photos. Oh my God, asked for photos of me. And I told dad I sent it. I didn't, she said in parentheses. And he is on another continent right now. Wow. Okay. So
There
that's
seems
everything up right now.
to be a lot of interactions and this in an abusive relationship outside the house. Oh yeah, it will seem like, oh my God, these guys are perfect because the abuser doesn't want anyone to know that they've abused someone, and the victim doesn't want to know that they're not strong enough to leave.
Yeah.
It's hard to leave an abusive relationship, and it's sounding like this is
Battered
what's,
partner syndrome, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
But it does sound like
It's none of her fault. None of this is her fault at all. And maybe her
Yeah.
dad didn't like the idea of her at the beginning, but that doesn't mean things can't change.
That's what I
Yeah.
was thinking. He did come back into her life and it seemed like they had a good relationship. So maybe, his feelings changed and he was wanting to make amends for that in the past.
Yeah. I'm stuck on the pregnancy again and the abortion basically just out of spite, right?
I could
She said
Sounds like
see.
it.
the dad wanted it and her mom aborted it just
No,
to
I can
make him.
see it. Before I got away, there were serious talks about me having another kid because lots of abusers will use a child to tie
Yeah.
the victim in, keep the victim in another tie, another knot in this in the whole tapestry. So that actually is not surprising. The
Yeah, the
fact that
part
she
where
aborted it, went ahead and aborted, good for her. She was able to make her choice and actually did it.
there we go. I was gonna say if she
You
made the
okay, Mark?
choice, then
But I mean, she's
you think she went back unwillingly?
what? Who went back where?
The um mother, she went back willingly. I'm asking you, is that
Oh
how you
yeah,
felt?
willingly, definitely. Intelligently, no. It is a cycle.
I'm with you on that,
Yeah,
Toaster.
yeah, I agree. Uh, gotta be more mental health problems. Also, I mean, programs to help people like that. There should be.
988 if you're in a mental health crisis.
There you go. Press that thumbs up if you guys are out there
They're in.
watching.
It sounds like they're in the UK. I don't know if that's the same over there.
Oh,
Ooh.
Writes mum,
Uh,
M-U-M, mum.
yeah, I know, and I know it for it off the top of my head for the US. Oh, 111.
what? Um,
999 is their emergency service. I know, but good to know. 111. They like just repeat numbers. It seems we do the different digits to make to help prevent like accidental butt dials, auto butt dials to emergency services and stuff, right? If you have a phone and you sit down on it and it presses one button, it's more likely to repeat press a single digit than so I wonder how real that problem was if the UK continued without doing that. The telephone was invented in America, so we would have had those problems first. Did we? I wonder if we. Was it
what
a
were you gonna say,
solution
Toaster?
before there was a problem?
Uh,
I wonder.
I have
Where
no
did the
idea.
911 actually come from? Were there regional emergency services before there was a universal number?
Oh, yeah, 988 was only, what, 2 years ago?
Was it
Two,
that
three?
recent?
Yeah, it was recent.
I didn't realize it was that recent.
The 911 emergency system was created in 1968. There we go. Through a collaboration between Federal Communications Commission, FCC, and AT&T. They chose those digits because the combination was short, fast to dial on a rotary phone, easy to remember, and not yet used as an area code or service code.
Okay.
Which, yeah, that would be a problem that the UK wouldn't have.
I was
They
just
have
gonna say, why
their
911?
own
You said it.
their own national code, right? And so they would have their basically their pick of digits to uh, to employ. I wonder how many area codes are there that are already employed, already used, that are just a repeat of a single digit, like 111. Yeah, is
I
there a
don't know.
code?
There's a lot of 888s out there.
There is no 111.
Um,
Starting a number with 0 or 1 are reserved for routing and routing, switching, and special abbreviated short codes. Okay. So no 111. Well, let's see about 222 area code. There is no valid 222 area code. Okay, 333. This is going to be. There is not an assigned working number 333 area code. Is
what
this
are you looking
boring, you
for?
guys?
I'm
444.
just wondering what we got going on here.
There is no active area code 444 in the United States. How about 555? Thinking, searching. There is no 555 area code in the United States. Why did it take it so long to figure that out? 666 area code. Dun, dun, dun. There is
There's
no active
616.
666 area code in the United States. Okay, good.
What about 616?
Is there a
That's-
significance to 616?
Yes.
Western Michigan, Grand Rapids.
Awesome. That's where hell is.
What?
Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah,
What?
go
I don't
ahead.
get it.
There's there's different translations, and some say it's 666, and some translations say it's 616.
Really?
Mhm.
Oh.
He's gonna do the
Which
research.
translations? Oh my gosh. I have at least 7 different Bibles in this room. Which translation? Let me see the because it was in Greek, right?
Wait,
Or
we're
is it?
gonna read the Bible.
No,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Well, here. Six six
Uh,
six six one six. I want it. I
He's looking it up. But I want to learn mean mark, or not learn mean mark. That doesn't make any sense.
616 number. Uh,
my beard's gonna be nice. Getting a
My
lot of combing.
mother's side of the family is actually from Grand Rapids, Michigan, right in that area code.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say they all had nice beards.
I don't know. Let
You
me
don't
just
remember?
see. Well, I was not, no, I was born here in Miami, so I don't know. But Michigan has a huge Muslim population, so there are a lot of really nice beards there currently. I can guarantee that. Dearborn, Michigan, you'll have trouble seeing any non-bearded males there.
I got my one. Maybe I'll just taste the beard.
Toaster, when I woke up, it was pouring down raining. We went from all those days of 100 degrees straight to pouring down raining.
And I bet it's
Yesterday
all
was
dried up now.
no, not yet. It's on the way, but yeah, we had a lot of clouds this morning out of nowhere, and we've had every day this month has been at least 102. So today, just out of nowhere. Now it's gonna be 98 today, but this morning it was pouring down, raining, and not looking forward to the humidity, but I'm here for it.
So the 616, is that I'm seeing in here concordance number 616 refers to Hebrew word for prisoner or captive.
Possibly. I'm sorry. I jumped on and now I have to jump off again. But I hear a dragon,
Okay.
and he's probably hungry.
All right.
I'm sorry. I love you guys. But
We'll
yeah,
be here.
it's like the 616 has something to do with like the Hebrew translation of something or another, because Hebrew letters correlate to numbers.
Okay. I want to. Okay. I want to know now. I need to. Can I wait until this toaster talk? Wait, hero. Oh, wait, here in Hebrew, gematria connections. Hebrew letters double as numbers. The number 616 carries significance in biblical text analysis. Nero Caesar, Hebrew spelling, agree that the alternative number of the beast 616 found in many manuscripts of Revelation 13:18. I already closed it. 13:18, such as Papyrus 115, corresponds to the Hebrew spelling of Nero Caesar, which totals 616 when you sum the Hebrew letter values 50 plus 200 plus 6 plus 20 plus 70 plus 10 plus 60 plus 200. The spelling omitting the final nun yields 666. Oh, wow. That's interesting. The numerical value of the Hebrew word, I'm not going to try to pronounce it, but Moses' father-in-law, which begins the Torah portion containing the Ten Commandments, also totals 616. Okay, that will be a topic for another time, right? What were we? So the daughter, it sounds like the dad actually does love the daughter, I think, right? He's taking he took
Seems that way to me.
significant time off of work when she ran away, right? And she said that was like it was the first time he took a significant amount of time off work. Dad's a workaholic and he leaves work because of the daughter. That
Who cares?
is a significant indicator that she is important to him. Yeah,
He doesn't see it. Maybe how old is this person? Did they say how old they were?
16-year-old female said up at the top.
This is a
So,
child.
yeah,
They probably don't see that person probably really cares, even due to the circumstances.
yeah.
The mother and father situation, I don't know, but I can see the father actually caring about her.
Yeah, the mother definitely does not seem to feel like a positive connection.
Yeah, I've
If
seen
she
that
does,
story
she's not
before.
showing it or making it known.
Yeah,
Cannot
that's
remember
Seems
my
like she's
parents.
making the complete opposite known, telling her that she's never loved her and stuff like that. That's just cruel.
yeah. Uh, she couldn't have like, or she possibly didn't like the way the situation went, where she had to get pregnant and be alone. Because she was on point, right?
I
She
think
was she wait, who was alone?
The
mom.
mother and daughter.
Um,
I think she
I'm
said
not
she
sure.
gave her up for child services or something.
Oh yeah, okay, I remember that now. Um,
Father got a subordinate at work pregnant, given the
subordinate sounds
position
like.
gap, they call it. Or- yeah, wait. Dad was 40, mom was 24. Dad was married when
Damn.
the affair came out. His wife was angry, but was like, boys will be boys, and didn't divorce him. He offered money
What?
for her to terminate the pregnancy, and that was declined. But he didn't divorce his wife,
Should he have divorced his
and
wife?
so her mother was angry and handed her over to CPS. Mother didn't care about her. So biological mother handed her over to Child Protective Services. Sounds like was almost 2 when dad took her back and initiated a divorce and then married biological mother. And since then, we are this perfect, handsome family. Mother doesn't love me, openly told me this many times. Very next sentence. Perfect, handsome family. Mother doesn't love me, openly tells me this. Grandmother from my father's side, very old, but also cold towards me because she adored his ex wife. I don't think she
I've
knows
heard
what a
that story.
perfect, handsome family looks like.
I've heard that story where people be like, "Oh no, we hate that girl. She wasn't cool from you. We hate her child, even though that child's family. We like this girl's family." Uh, yeah. Sorry that this
As
16-year
if
old
the
got treated like that, but
as if the
it's
child
happening
has
too
any
often.
control over how that came about. Like, what? Uh, what the hell? What the hell?
It almost sounds like the bio mom is taking it out on the child because he didn't divorce his
Yeah,
wife when it all went down.
Yeah, it took
yeah.
him 2 years to come back, and
Mother's like,
once
"I
he
don't want
did
you or
come
the
back,
father."
he came back with the original baby,
Nice.
it sounds like, and that
He cared a little
she
bit.
resented, right? Bio mom gave the daughter up for divorce or up to CPS. But once dad got a divorce, he took her back from CPS when he married Biomom. So it sounds like Biomom didn't actually ever really want her either. Was just using her as maybe like a bargaining chip to get him to divorce his
Yeah,
first wife.
yeah. She probably expected a relationship with that pregnancy, and then no relationship came from it. No, you're not gonna divorce your wife. Yeah,
Yeah. And then
wouldn't
two
like that either.
years of question marks. Like we don't know what happened in those 2 years. She wouldn't know. She doesn't know. So fast forward 2 years, next data point available is dad takes her back from Child Protective Services and marries the mother who gave her up to Child Protective Services. Oh,
And once he's single, he's like, I want that child with you now.
Yeah.
Beforehand,
Well,
he did not.
yeah. I mean, it doesn't seem unreasonable, right? He's like,
Yeah,
you wouldn't abort her.
it's gonna ruin my
You wouldn't
relationship.
kill the baby in your belly, so you must have wanted her, right? Let's take her back. If I'm going to marry you, let's keep the baby. Take the baby back. But no, apparently,
It's just
um,
fucked up all around.
Hmm.
I just,
I
I hope her mental health can hold up long enough to get away, get somewhere, set up somewhere out of that house, maybe near dad, away from mom, and yeah, turn 18, get a flat somewhere, right? Because it's Britain, so it's a flat, not an apartment. Get a roommate, two, however many, whatever you need. But that's at 16 years old saying put up with it another 2 years. That sounds like an eternity. It feels like an eternity, right?
yeah.
And yeah, and living in an environment where every second that the dad is not there, she feels like an intruder. And that's just horrible. And we can't do anything except try to put up with it as much as you can. Um, Mental health services available over there. Um, I don't know. I don't know what. Yeah, I'm I'm at a loss here at this point now.
Um, so were you done with the article? Was that what you mean by not a loss for words? I'm lost for words.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm not sure. I don't have anything else here about this article to say, unless I mean, you want to move to
Um,
another?
sure. Um, all right.
Uh,
The top is last time. Last, it says lawmaker posing Grand Theft Auto ban says video game contributes to carjackings. Retired police officer recently had vehicle stolen in Illinois carjacking. An Illinois lawmaker has a new response to the recent surge in carjackings around the Chicago area, banning a popular video game. Democratic State Republican Marcus Evans pointed at, in quote, Grand Theft Auto, which depicts scenes of violent car thefts, robberies, and general criminal activity as an inspiration for what's going on in his home district. Quote, Grand Theft Auto, which had its first installment released in 1997, is the main issue, he said. Evans said he plans to introduce a bill to ban sales of the game in Illinois. Grand Theft Auto, end quote, Grand Theft Auto and other violent video games are getting in the minds of our young people and perpetuating a normalcy of carjacking. Evans said, carjacking is not normal and carjacking must stop. Evans also thanked on Monday community activist Early Walker for starting, in quote, Operation Safe Pump, in which security teams patrol gas stations to protect people while they're pumping gas. It was recently extended to other nearby cities as a retired police officer was targeted and carjacked last week. Walker agreed with Evans' conclusion about the game in which players steal cars as a larger part of a plot of organized crime. Representative Evans and I have researched and concluded that these very young offenders of carjacking are greatly influenced by Grand Theft Auto video game, Walker said. I truly believe that this is a bipartisan support to ban the game from being sold in Illinois. And that is all. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the game.
Does does he think that Fallout is perpetuating a culture of like nuclear destruction and that it should be banned to prevent people from launching nukes at each other?
Yeah, I
Like,
think that's what he's saying because mm, I don't think it's the game.
yeah, somehow I doubt the people got the idea to carjack from a video game, you know? I I feel
Um,
like it has been happening since before video games were a thing.
Well, and
Just
why just car theft and not just running around on the streets with guns and killing everybody that gets in your way?
yeah, killing enough people to get a police helicopter flying over you and then launching a rocket at them. Why
Right.
isn't that happening? It was
yeah,
like half of the fun. Get the 4-star police um wanted level and then try to escape it or
run as
just
long as you
set a
can.
stopwatch timer and see how long you can last. Uh, it's I
There
don't know.
was, yeah, there was an something people were talking about. I was gonna say an article, but it was just being talked about a couple years ago that was it Call of Duty? They're desensitizing kids to shooting because they get used to shooting playing video games. I think that could be right, but it isn't just Grand Theft Auto. I say it's games. You got to not let your child play those games because there's a lot of adults that play Grand Theft Auto. I haven't exactly played with a child, but yeah, I say you can't just
I,
put it on that game in particular.
yeah, there's a lot more than
Roblox.
just Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, to want to take that off because yeah, like Mark said, it's you'd have to do another VPN and stuff just to go download it and say you're somewhere else. Yeah, you're just gonna make
It's
people go steal it instead of
yeah,
buying it
well,
now.
it's gonna stop neither the carjackings nor the playing of the video game.
Right.
It's
It'll probably make
just
people want it more.
Yeah, they're just gonna go buy
yeah.
the disc from another state. Uh, they
Uh,
can't tell you don't play the game if you don't have the disc. But a lot of people they play it because download it because it's easier to download it and buy it at home instead of go to the store and get the disc.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, just set up a VPN and they'll think you're somewhere else, somewhere just outside of the city. If it's the city of Chicago that's doing it, all you need to do is like say you're in a suburb or something, set up a VPN. Next state
Hmm.
over is more than enough. Um,
Yeah, that's like places where they have dispensaries in certain places. They're like, I'll go to the next state, or some states they have abortions in those states, and they're like, well, I'll go to this state to do it. That's just what's going to happen. They're just going to force people to go other places and go look for it. They're going to find it, whether you'd like to or not. Somebody else is going to do it for the right amount of money. And it's a game, so yeah, Amazon can send you a game. I don't know if they
well,
have against the sales. I didn't read that part, but
the
yeah.
problem, the problem is like one does not follow the other. He needs to make a better case for exactly how and why the video game is responsible for the rise in carjackings before any case can be made to ban a video game that, presumed innocent until proven guilty, right? Presumably does nothing to crime rates of any sort, right?
Mhm. Yeah, I
So
hear you.
the burden of proof, I mean, it's not only not met, it's just blown past. He's just saying, this is this is bad. We need to ban it. Bad, bad. Mm.
Yeah, the conversation with Call of Duty, that conversation came and went, and they were just mad about kids playing it and getting desensitized to shooting and killing. They put up a big fuss about it. Conversation came and then it
Yeah,
went. Times passed. New games
Counter
came out.
Strike.
There's a new
Yeah,
one coming
Counter
out next
Strike
month.
before Call of Duty. Yeah, I mean, Doom before Counter Strike. It's like ever since video games evolved past Pong, somebody has been trying to ban video games.
Yeah. Mm, I don't see how that's gonna work. Because like I said, another one comes out next month. So are they saying the last one or all of the last ones aren't gonna be able to be
All,
bought?
yeah, are they banning Rockstar Games, period,
Yeah.
overall, from being sold and played in Chicago? That's not, I mean, that's not okay.
That,
Targeting a single company?
I thought they said the entire state of Illinois.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah. That's why I said you're gonna have
Okay.
to go to another state to do it, which is
Well,
blaming a whole state. You can't blame me because Chicago carjacking rates are up. Uh
yeah,
wow.
like,
How many other
Um
games are there where you steal cars? I imagine
why
there's
does
more than
why
GTA.
do the fine upstanding citizens of Hoboken, Illinois not get to play Rockstar games because Chicago has a crime problem?
Yeah, because Grand Theft Auto, not even just Grand Theft Auto on Rockstar, you got Red Dead Redemption. You can steal a horse and a carriage.
Oh no, that's violent. You
Yeah,
can
so I mean,
hunt animals, killing animals out in nature. Oh no,
yeah, you can kill
environmental
bears
damage.
They
and all
did that
kinds
a
of
long time
animals.
ago with Duck Hunt. Don't you remember
Oh
Duck
wow,
Hunt on Nintendo? They
I
were
don't
killing
remember
animals a
that.
long time ago. You probably
Uh,
weren't born yet.
oh yeah, I remember Duck Hunt. I thought you were saying, do you remember them taking it down? And did they take it down and say anything about it? Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah.
that's the first one I remember about killing. It even came with its own little gun controller.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I
that
remember
was, do
that.
you know why it had to have the gun controller?
No,
Was
Why
it
it
I do
had to
shooting?
not.
come with its own? Yeah, so the reason it came with its own gun controller, the way that it worked, uh, when the ducks were going over and across the screen, and you had the little gun or whatever pointed, and you pull the trigger. Once you pull the trigger, the screen would go black except for a white square right where the ducks were. So the gun had basically like a little lens, magnifying lens scope at the one end, so that if it was getting light from the little square, then it was definitely pointed at where the duck was, and then you get the point. But if it's black or anything except a white square, then nah, you
That's
lose.
interesting.
So yeah, the
Hmm.
gun was a necessary part of the game.
I'm surprised they didn't throw a fit about that they were handing out little fake guns to all these little kids.
I know. But
Yeah,
that
my
was back in the day when back in the 90s, the good old days when you know, fall down
People
and
didn't
rub
complain
dirt in
about
it,
stuff like that.
and just go keep running, whatever. And yeah, you play army man with sticks and stuff that you don't even need all
Right.
these
Remember the
fancy
little green
perks.
army men thing? And
Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah,
And
kids aren't playing with toys as much now. I'm not gonna say anymore, but they aren't playing with army men as much. I remember getting on the roof just to throw them off the roof with a little parachute. That was the highest point I could get. And nobody knew I was up there, but that toy influenced me to go higher.
yeah,
So they didn't
yeah.
ban those
90s,
toys.
man.
Uh,
Get as high as you can.
yeah, I didn't get on a second story or anything. Got on the roof of a regular flat building. Well, a house
I
actually,
mean,
which is equally
that's
as
that's
dangerous.
that's the exact level that a second story floor would be. So you kind of
So I
technically
was on
did
the second floor. Okay.
yeah, you kind of sorta.
And
Yeah.
nobody knew. Everyone in the house did not know, was not aware because
They know
yeah,
now.
yeah, they know now, but yeah, I was influenced by toys as kids. They didn't take those toys off the market. Um, my stepmom, she was like, I don't want you playing with guns. It's going to influence you to play with guns. And I didn't play with guns. And I didn't shoot anybody. Didn't ever try to kill anybody or aim at anybody or anything like that. But yeah, um, I don't think taking the game away is going to stop the carjackings. Just somebody's gonna need a car either way. They're gonna get it illegally or legally, and illegally is I'm not gonna say easier. It might
Easier,
be faster,
quicker, simpler.
quicker. There you go. Simpler. Sucks, but
I mean, yeah, if
why
you're
man?
gonna
Why they
do
in the
something
game?
nefarious and you need transportation, what's another nefarious thing on top of that, right? Huh? There's,
Right. But there is another article here because I guess they're just trying to make a point of carjackings. So it says carjacking victim says he called 911 while trapped in car with suspect who asked him for directions. A man says his quick thinking helped him escape an armed carjacker who took him on a 2 mile ride and a high speed police chase on Thursday. This was on
2 miles.
this was
How
on
high
July
speed can a
24th.
police chase get in the span of 2 miles?
Maybe if you're making turns, it isn't
I
a direct two
guess,
mile straight, but I'll
but
keep reading it.
yeah.
It says on Thursday, ABC 13 spoke exclusively with the victim who said the armed man left him with some key opportunities to flag law enforcement, even letting him keep his phone before the suspect asked him for directions. Investigators said the man was carjacked at gunpoint after a day of dog walking for work in Rice Military neighborhood. Was in my car maybe a minute, and all of a sudden I heard a knock on the window. The victim said, John Chinchon said. The alleged carjacker, identified as 18-year-old Deshaun Johnson, is accused of telling the victim at gunpoint to move over and that they were going for a ride. Chinchon or Cinchon. Anyway, he said he was told to not do anything stupid. End quote. I was like, oh, I'm not going to do anything stupid, Cinchon said to ABC 13, saying he immediately called 911. I just turned my call all the way down so that no volume was coming out of my phone whatsoever. Chincone said Johnson, who'd only been living in Houston for the past few months, had a problem. He didn't know where he was going and asked the victim for help with directions. But as he gave the suspect directions and information about the car, Sincone said was also secretly on the phone with 911 dispatchers. We're going to go ahead and keep going on keep going east on Fagan. we'll go ahead and pass Durham, and then we'll go ahead and take a left and go north on Shepherd. Sincone said. He said he told the suspect, I told him don't go too fast over the railroad tracks in this 2006 gold Lincoln Zephyr, and then we'll go ahead and stop at this Circle K gas station here on Shepherd and Interstate 10. And he didn't seem to pick up on that. By then, the police had a description of the vehicle and an idea of where to find them. But then Sincone said the victim found out he'd been betrayed. And soon after, a chase ensued. End quote. Then he started saying, "Oh, you called the cops? You called the cops?" Sincone recalled. That's when all of a sudden we were no longer doing 10 to 15 miles per hour down the road. All of a sudden we're doing 50 to 60 miles per hour going the wrong direction on a one way. Eventually, the the two crashed along a busy Washington Avenue. Investigators said Johnson was arrested. Now Sincone's car is totaled, but he said he's thankful for the critical mistakes of his kidnapper and for the dispatchers who stayed with the call, and that he was able to keep his cool in a life or death situation. End quote. He made a lot of mistakes and I outwitted the man, he said. Investigators said Johnson faces several charges, including aggravated kidnapping and robbery. Yeah, that's a wild one. Tell him, scoot over. We're going for a ride. I think you would have had to
What
shoot
car
me.
can you just scoot over in these days?
Yeah, they all got that. Remember when cars didn't have the middle console and be able to sit right there?
Bench seats, I remember. You don't
Yeah,
hardly
but
see those anymore.
right,
I mean, you can climb over that center console if someone's got a gun to your head. I think I would be
right.
motivated
I'd
enough to
jump
get
over
out of
it.
a seat.
You'd have to shoot
I'd
me.
I'd move. I'd move over. I'd find a way.
I'd be
I
like,
would
shoot me.
struggle with that.
I
I'd
would,
more likely been like, get out the car and be like, just take it, man. I don't
just
care.
take here,
I'm out.
go. Yeah,
Mm.
Right. I'm out. Have at
yeah.
it.
I'd be like, you gonna shoot me for a car? Really? Shoot me then. Um,
Mm.
yeah. But yeah, that's messed up. And then to ask them for directions, I think mm, that was just stupid move on an 18-year-old overall. Uh, I don't think I
Most
would have caught
criminals
on
aren't
with him
real
telling
smart.
direction. I don't think I would have caught on to him with the direction thing until he was like, till he asked him, you been like basically betrayed me. I would have been thought something like, why are you naming the car, the
Yeah,
street, the
that's like
restaurants near us?
a
Uh,
little like why do you need to include that it's a gold, you know,
1996,
1996
pull over
Zephyr?
by the Circle K on this street.
That seems like a little more detail than just giving directions to somebody. Like what's happening here? Nope, that red flag doesn't register. Good.
He was busy stealing the car. He didn't have time to think about that.
Mm,
Maybe he should have
yeah,
just given him directions to the police
he was
station.
just grateful for the help with the guy giving him stealing his own car.
He
Yeah, what
needed
if
a
he gave him
navigator.
the one to the police station? That would have been funny.
That
Take
Yeah,
him
would,
you're
right to
gonna
the
go
yeah.
right
police
up here and
station.
you're gonna turn into this parking lot.
Right. Um, Dumb stuff. But more about carjackings. Uh, Another one says shirtless man carjacks ambulance on 4th of July, video shows. Uh, the manager of an ambulance service asked the public for help after an ambulance was carjacked Saturday night by a shirtless man. In a video you only see on ABC 13, you watch a shirtless man is seen walking around in front of the ambulance, climbs into the driver's seat, and the ambulance driver realizes what is happening. End quote. Hey, get out of the car. Hey, the ambulance driver said, and can be heard yelling. It is very scary. Um, Amadou Diallo, manager of non-emergency ambulance service Progressive Ambulance Service LLC, said. Diallo said two medics each drove an ambulance to a nearby gas station about 11 p.m. to top off the tanks when they were confronted by a shirtless man. End quote. The nozzle was in the vehicle, so he grabbed the nozzle and wanted to spray the guy with gas. He couldn't do that, so he put it back and came back and started talking to them, Diallo said. Diallo said the confrontation continued to escalate until the man decided to jump into the ambulance and drive it off. What you learned at the EMS school, the first thing is your safety. Safety is number one. So I think he did the right thing not to confront the guy, jump inside the vehicle or go with him, Diallo said. Diallo said they called the police and used the ambulance GPS to track it to the Tangle Wild area before it was turned off. Houston police said the case the case is still open and active, and Diallo is hoping someone in the area will spot it and alert the police. My number one thing is the medication. We have medication inside that vehicle and a stretcher and power surges. We're very expensive. Where very expensive equipment is in there, Diallo said. No one was hurt, but Diallo said this does put patients at risk. Down in ambulance, he said they were forced to change up their day to make sure everyone gets to appointments they need to be, or gets to the appointments they need to be at. An update on Monday afternoon, ABC 13 was notified that ambulance was found and is now in storage. Yeah, this was July 6th, like last month.
So I would think an ambulance would not be the best car to steal.
Right, I would think he would get caught, but obviously he didn't get caught. And then he was naked. Um, and then to try to spray someone with gas is wild. These days you can't do that, right? You have to press it against the gas thing, right? I don't
Yeah,
know if
there's
I
a
you can
haven't
little,
put
just.
gas in a car in so long.
there's a little safety thing on the nozzle. It has to be depressed
Okay,
in
yeah.
order for the, yeah.
I never tried, but I was
It's really
assuming you'd have to
weird
do it like when you pump.
motion. Yeah,
Um,
you'd need to hold back a little trigger, something, valve, switch. I don't know what they call it, but yeah, basically a switch that allows the pump to actually pump. But yeah, it seems like a weird way to they phrased it to say he tried to spray them with gas and then tried to have a conversation. So, I don't know how much of a conversation I would want to have with somebody who just tried to spray me with gasoline.
I wouldn't want any conversation.
Yeah.
Um,
Um,
I was gonna say
but
drive
that
off,
sounds
but
more Grand Theft
trained to
Auto.
protect yourself. Right. Yeah, that's Grand Theft Auto right there. To take it to the ambulance or something.
Yeah,
But
go
there's all
spray
kind of
somebody
games
with the
stealing
gas pump and
cars.
then jump in a ambulance, and that I would blame on GTA.
I mean, you can't do the gas part, pumping gas on people, but yeah, stealing
No,
an
but
ambulance is the
it's
thing.
the sort of idea that, somebody would probably try if GTA gave them the option, you
Mm.
know, press button X to spray gasoline from the gas pump, right? Yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Um, he's naked though in the video, so I'm just like, it's
Oh,
hilarious. This naked man at that. He did all this while naked. Um,
well, good for him.
Why was he naked at a gas station?
So it's just, I mean, sometimes you just want to breeze on your bits.
uh, has a bit often, but I get
Mhm.
you.
At least he
Um,
didn't have an alligator underneath his arm.
Right.
True.
That's some
Yeah.
Florida stuff right
It
there.
wasn't, yeah, it wasn't Florida. So, yeah.
Uh, I got
I
a
wonder
couple
how you
more.
would fit your alligator into an ambulance cab.
You remember the guy who
Very
took the
carefully.
alligator to the restaurant and threw it through the window, right? That was in Florida.
I mean, naturally, that was Florida. Yeah. There's a lot
uh,
of gator stuff in Florida. Gator Nation, right? If
are there any
any
carjackings with
UF
gators?
fans out there, shout out, right? I'm not a UF graduate, but I still.
Are there any carjackings with gators?
Gators? No, I mean, not unless you mean UF graduates, no. But um, no, there are carjackings in Florida quite a bit.
Hmm.
Um,
Okay.
yeah, there was one not too long ago, and not too far that was caught on a camera, one of those like traffic cameras and stuff. It was you see a guy, a car pulls up behind another car. There was a lady in a car at a left turn lane. Right, you see the car pull up, a guy get up with a handgun, go up to the driver's side door, like knock, 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 handgun held up, and he gets in and gets into the driver's seat, and then the two cars drive off. Um, and yeah, I think it was either the next day or the day after that that the car was found with with a body burned out. Um, and apparently it was there were three individuals arrested in connection with it, as apparently related to a cocaine trafficking scheme. There was a like a $500,000 money laundering operation going on to clean the revenues from a cocaine smuggler, and somebody got the idea, hey, we can step in, carjack that person, intercept before it gets where it's supposed to go, right? Um,
Hmm. There's
yeah.
an alligator story here.
Oh, good.
Uh, in Pembroke Pines, Florida.
Oh, Pembroke.
Uh,
Okay. Haha.
it says, "Does this story qualify to be on America's Dumbest Criminals? You decide." According to multiple reports, a 40-year-old Louisiana man was running from police on Monday on suspicion of driving while intoxicated, resisting arrest. He was also apparently a known fugitive out of Jefferson Parish. It's
Hmm.
alleged that Rivas had warrants out for his arrest for a hit and run charges, which probably explains why he did not go down without a fight. Rivas reportedly been pulled over on Interstate 310, and in an effort to avoid being captured, Rivas jumped from the highway and landed into a swamp. Police say he swam away and found himself walking on Highway 61. After being spotted by police, it's alleged that Rivas again fled and jumped into a swamp. This time, however, Rivas was reportedly attacked by an alligator. The nature of the man's injuries is not exactly known, but he suffered injuries to his arms. Despite the attack, Rivas reportedly continued to run from police. He was ultimately located and taken into custody. Brut America obtained body cam footage of the incident. The outlet also reported that Rivas was looking by drone operators and taken to jail, where he was held on $17,500 bond The alligator was not injured and since returned to its regular patrol of the swamp, according to the St. Charles Parish
Good.
Sheriff's
Good.
Office. Authorities seem to have some fun in a warning to residents: don't drive impaired, don't run from deputies, and definitely don't hide in swamps. Wildlife may just be cooperating with law enforcement. All that was in quotes, so they're saying wildlife may be cooperating. Uh, only in
Yeah,
Florida.
naturally.
Uh,
Well, but I mean, the guy's from Louisiana, so of course,
you're
the
like, don't blame
potential
us.
of an alligator wouldn't fit him and jump to a swamp. He's from swamp, right? But the swamps that they have in Louisiana are different than the swamp of the Everglades. I don't think he was expecting to jump into like the sawgrass there at the like right at the edge of Miami. It's
I
not
will
good. Like,
never.
yeah, um, it sawgrass gets its name because up along the edges, it's got these. They're like saw teeth, and yeah, trying to
Serrations.
run. Yeah, yeah, basically like little horns all up the edge, both sides, and they form these tall, very stiff blades. They don't bend easily, so they just stick up, and they're thick. They grow 6 feet tall or more, and it's like swampy muck underneath that they grow into. So you take a step and you sink into it, and there's nothing
Well,
to
it
grab
slices your
onto.
leg open.
And yeah, it starts slicing, and your arms, anywhere you try to move or flail, you start getting sliced up, and then the gator jumps on you. So yeah, don't
Well,
flee into the Everglades if you're running from police. You're safer just surrendering.
the sawgrass
Uh,
puts the blood in the water, so it draws the gators.
Yeah,
Is that the
yeah,
stuff
oh yeah.
that's also like the edge is really, really, we call it pampas grass here,
yeah. I
but
wonder if it's
comes
this.
out of the water and it just, it- I mean, it kind of looks like a bush, but they're sharp.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, yeah, I didn't know that
yeah. There's
sawgrass had
the
any
whole.
blood.
There's
You into an alligator?
what? And what do you mean? It run into an alligator? In what way?
Uh, well, me, I haven't been with even in 100 feet of an alligator.
Have you
Have you
seen one in
been
the
I ha
wild?
out of
I
a
have
vehicle
encountered
in less than 20
many
feet?
an alligator in my lifetime. Yes,
Outside of
I
a
have
vehicle?
eaten many an alligator in my lifetime.
I did
Okay,
once.
a live gator. Have you ever like
Live gator,
approached a
yep,
20-foot
I've
gator or
been
something like that?
I've been
Maybe I'm
within
exaggerating.
5 feet of a live gator in the wild.
Okay, you got me.
I've been in an airboat that bumped into a live alligator in the wild.
Did you guys keep
Um,
going?
yeah, to just fly right over it, bonk,
Oh,
and it just like, it's you just bump its head, it just goes underwater for a second, pops back up behind you, and gives you a little cranky evil eye.
gives
But I
you the
mean, their
stare.
reptile brain doesn't really have much cognition going on anyway. If you don't register as food, they don't care. Um, so just don't look
Like
appetizing.
food.
Yeah, don't look like
Don't
food.
look appetizing.
Don't look like alligator food. Yeah,
Mm.
basically.
Or
What's
something injured by flailing around in the sawgrass.
Right. Yeah.
or swimming? Swimming with them is not a good idea. This guy jumped off the freeway into the swamp.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be in the swamp anyway. I would have just gave up.
I would have
Florida
cared.
swamps and Louisiana, like you said. mm,
Yeah,
I
the
never seen a
Louisiana
gator.
bayous are
Turn
very
myself
different.
in.
Louisiana bayous are very different from the Florida Everglades. Even though they're both swamp, they're different kind of swamps. And Yeah, alligators love both of them. Lots of alligators in both of them. I can understand why he wouldn't necessarily be fazed by the prospect of an alligator, but I don't think he was necessarily counting on the Everglades being the way that they are. It's you go there for like a tour, not to flee and live.
Not for swimming trip.
No, no. Not unless you were born and raised like literally in the middle of the Everglades. There's a couple of people who actually have like residences in the middle, that lived there before it was made into a national park, and so continue to live there because
I
it's
don't
their
think I'd
home.
want to wake up with a gator on my porch.
Right.
Mm,
Um,
it doesn't get up on your porch. You build your home up on stilts, like several, like 10 feet above the water line. The gators don't get that high.
How do you get in your house that's
You
that
build
high?
gigantic swamp buggies out of like cobbled together tractor parts and everything and stuff, wheels so big that I mean,
Floridians,
Florida. Yeah. Swamp
Florida
buggies.
behavior.
Swamp buggies were invented in Naples, Florida. And they cobbled them together out of like basically recycled World War One parts, combined with like farm tractor bits and this and that and whatever you could get, to just make something that had wheels tall enough to get through, to reach solid ground, um, and still keep the person above the water line. So yeah, when you to ride a
Original
dune,
monster truck.
yeah,
Mhm.
basically a monster truck would be a perfect dune buggy. Essentially, you just don't drive it fast. You don't want to go fast in a swamp like that, um, unless you're racing. There's the swamp buggy racetrack there, in Naples, which is a hell of a thing. And I think we've gone over this too. There's even a Red Bull racing team. Swamp buggy racing is one. Yeah, if there's a Red Bull team, then it's a real motorsport. You know.
If it's a sport, there's a Red Bull team. There's
Yeah,
always a Red Bull in every single. Actually, is there a Red Bull in hockey?
I don't know, but definitely every
Mm.
motorsport there's a Red Bull racing team,
I
and
know
they.
there's Red Bulls in soccer, so
Red Bull
and
gives you
there's Red
wings.
Bulls in American football.
And the
But
isn't
they're
there a
just
Red Wings
sponsors,
a
aren't
Red
they?
Wing
They don't
hockey team?
actually like own and operate the team, do they?
I do not know for the New York Red Bulls. I just know that they actually operate in New Jersey.
Okay.
Mm.
But they call
Um,
themselves New York Red Bulls?
Oh yeah, both New York teams play in
Oh.
New Jersey. It's
Oh.
wow.
hilarious.
How do the New Yorkers feel about that? That seems a little iffy.
From what I can understand, New Jersey is really just an extension of New York.
Sounds
Well,
like the Kansas City
New
Chiefs that is
Yorkers
based in
would
Missouri.
Yeah,
New Yorkers would
Kansas
say,
Yeah.
City, Missouri.
I don't
Or
know
like
if
the
I
San
don't know if
Francisco
if New
49ers.
Jerseyans would agree about being like an annexed by the state of New York.
Oh, I don't think they would like that either. But
Mm. There's
Yeah.
the San Francisco 49ers. They also play in Santa Clara. Uh
Oh,
and they practice in Santa Clara. Uh
how
yeah.
close
So
is that? I don't know California
that's like
geography well
60
enough.
miles from San Francisco. I mean, I won't push it. Maybe 45, but it's a
It's
decent
not part
30,
of
40
San
minute drive.
Francisco. It's not
Nowhere
even
near it.
close, right?
Two
Apparently.
counties away.
Wow. Counties, multiple counties between them.
2 counties away.
That is definitely separate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But they are the San Francisco 49ers.
The,
I think they're just gonna stick like that. That's cool because they got all the jerseys. You don't want to have a 49er
well,
that just that jersey go to New Jersey or something.
we're
Um,
just Florida, or yeah.
I
I've just
agree. The Whitecaps
Here
should
is
stay in
just
Canada.
Orlando City Soccer Club. But our colors are purple and gold. Purple for
yeah,
epilepsy.
teams
They're
move around a
already
lot,
epilepsy aware. Orlando
especially the
City
Oakland
Football Club.
Raiders. They're not even in Oakland anymore.
Yeah,
They're
Florida
in
has
Vegas.
2, Orlando City and Inner Miami.
Mm.
Oh, I was born in Miami, but I'm living in Orlando area, so I don't know who I'm who I should be loyal to.
Inner
But
Miami is
Orlando
top
City
of
is
the
playing
charts,
today, apparently. 7:30 p.m.
but only
Mm.
because they have Messi.
Wait, what? Who has Messi?
Inner Miami,
Oh,
they're top of the charts, but only because they have Messi. That's me being a bitter soccer fan.
isn't he like getting towards the end of his athletic career here
He
now?
really is.
I've heard him as like the guy. I feel like a decade now, and I don't even follow sports.
Yeah, no, he's played a long. He's had a very, 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 very long career.
Is is playing in the United States seen as kind of a step down from like playing over in Europe and the Premier League over in
Yes,
Great Britain? Yeah.
yeah.
So it's kind of like the
I
twilight.
think ranking wise are kind of more championship, which is the one right under Premier.
Okay. Oh, that's still pretty good though, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Cool. Something
Um,
to be proud of.
we don't have a bad soccer culture. It's just the rest of the world is so much.
The rest of the world is just like,
Now our women's soccer teams kick ass.
but the men aren't at all.
Actually,
um,
we did a really good showing this World Cup.
Yeah,
We got further than we have.
I agree. In a very
I
long
don't
time.
yeah, and I don't know how
Um,
long.
but I got another article here. Um, another carjacking. Don't know why all the articles about carjacking are popping up, but Mark, you're next.
I mean, at least we're not talking about dicks this time.
I got some of those too. I got one. I've been
Oh,
waiting for you.
well, count
I've
on.
been
Well,
waiting for
wait,
you to
no, we
talk about
started
dick.
off with that whole
Oh,
Pornhub thing,
you
so
had to open
there's a
the
lot of
door.
dicks on Pornhub.
Yeah,
So
you. I almost forgot.
yeah, yeah. But
But
I brought those dicks this time, so that was my fault. I'm
yeah.
sorry. Okay,
You brought it
carjacking.
up.
I'm sorry.
It says suspect in custody after taking car with three young. Oh no, that was a different article. Um. Oh yeah, that one. Basically, yeah, we'll read that one. With three young girls inside in a Harris County. Um, the Harris County Sheriff's Office said a suspect is in custody after allegedly stealing a car with three young children inside overnight on Monday. The incident happened on Aldine Mail Route just after 1 a.m. Sheriff Ed Gonzalez posted on social media that a woman parked and left her three daughters, ages 1, 3, and 10, in the car while she ran in the store. Preliminary information: from HCSO indicated that officials learned that the suspect then entered the vehicle and took off, prompting 911 call. Sergeant Jeff Thompson of HCSO said the deputies began tracking a phone inside the car, but the suspect reportedly threw it out along the way. According to HSO, the 10-year-old managed to get out of the car shortly after it was stolen, but the suspect drove off with the other two younger children. Officials said she was able to call the police and was spotted walking along Aldine Bender Road. She was taken to the hospital and it was expected to be okay. Officials said that the Humboldt Police Department began assisting with the search and located the vehicle on the 23,000 block of Eastex Freeway. Officers conducted a traffic stop and placed the suspect in custody. All three of the young girls were safe, found, and not harmed. The suspect, identified as Xavion Starks, was arrested and charged with aggravated kidnapping and unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. He has since been booked into Harris County Jail. Hmm. Yeah. Carjackings are just popping up now in my timeline.
Because
Always
you look,
lock the car.
Yeah, I would. There's not many times I've left the kids in the car, in places that I wasn't comfortable leaving them in the car. But to go in a store like that randomly and just not the 1-year-old and a 3-year-old, that isn't a situation where I leave them in the car.
Right. A 10-year-old
A
would
10-year-old
be
maybe.
old enough to know how to lock the door and only unlock it for mom when she comes back.
But the other two were way too young to.
The other two, yeah, I don't
They
know.
might jokingly unlock the door. So yeah, it's don't leave
I
the
don't know.
babies in the cars.
Don't leave. Yeah.
especially not in the heat we've been having across the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Very
Well,
remember when my
dangerous.
daughter.
that's why it would have been left running, I'm assuming. Keep the AC on for the kids. Just lock the door. Tell the 10-year-old, lock the door. Only unlock it when I get back. Period.
My daughter, I remember she locked herself in the car, but she was like 4, maybe 5. And yeah, she just closed herself in the car and pressed the lock button. But the keys weren't in the car because the car was also in the front yard. But yeah, it was hilarious because she was trapped and she was laughing and like, look what you did now. Playing and laughing, pointing, and now you can't get out. Even though we had the keys outside the car, we're like, yeah, you were laughing at first that we can't get in there because that's how she was doing, just laughing and jumping on the seat. And then eventually she's trying to get out. Now it won't open. And then she tries the back door. And I'm like, yeah, see what you did? Uh,
You might laugh, but my 10 year
we,
old still has child locks on the door. Almost 10 year
oh,
old. There's a
um,
reason.
Mm.
yeah.
He's my
I
son.
have not left the kids in the store. I mean, in front of the store while going to get something.
Yeah.
Not doing that. Uh, but yeah, like I said, older kids lock the door. Only open the door for me. Then again, I don't have a car, so I haven't done that. But I've been around when
Yeah. I
that was
mean,
done.
I don't have kids, and if I ever do, I'm not going to be driving, so I'm not. That's not going to. But
Hmm.
uh,
Okay.
still, that um, yeah,
More
they're
article
lucky
here.
that they caught them back. Honestly, there's a lot of like
Yeah.
2020 episodes that start like that and do not end
Very well.
with a with happy ending, right? So yeah, the
Uh,
added convenience of undoing the car seat and taking them into the store with you to lock the car behind you, I think is worth the time.
Um, so I got one more article right here. Then I got this other article pulled up, and I believe Andrea sent me this or you posted it over there. Uh, after this last carjacking article here, father of five shot and killed after tracking his son's stolen truck in North Houston. Hmm. A man is in jail and charged with the murder after reportedly killing father of five who was tracking his son's stolen car in North Houston Saturday afternoon. According to the Harris County Sheriff's Office, deputies responded to a call about a carjacking in the 11,800 block of Tidwell Road at about 2 p.m. Deputies said that when they were investigating the initial carjacking scene, the father of the carjacking victim, identified as 56-year-old Luis Arabia, located the vehicle at a different scene. A family friend of Arabia told eyewitnesses that Arabia tracked his son's stolen truck using GPS and located it at a gas station near the North Loop of Airline. That's when the family's friend said a confrontation followed, leading to the crash. According to investigators, after the confrontation, the suspect shot Arabia and a second man before fleeing. Arabia said Arabia was taken to a nearby hospital where he was later pronounced dead. HCSO has not released information on the second man who was shot. Officials said London Hogan Sr., 37, was charged with murder of his involvement in the deadly shooting, as well as aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and aggravated robbery. Authorities said Hogan was booked in Harris County Jail. In a statement, the family described Arabia as a husband, a father of five, and a grandfather of three. To those who knew him, he was much more than a victim and a news story. He was the kind of man this world desperately needs more of. Lewis loved his family and with every ounce of his heart, the Arabia family said in a statement. So all these carjackings happened in the last 2 months, and yeah, I wouldn't say it's Grand Theft Auto still, but carjackings is a problem. See you later, Toaster. Uh, oh, it's
I
time
don't
to plug in my
understand
charger.
why this father was tracking the car down himself. Why didn't they turn why wouldn't they turn the GPS information over to the police and let the police do their job?
Uh, some people think they can do it, and people probably can, some can't. But yeah, that I wouldn't have done it. I would have sent it because I thought about doing that with my mom's car, put the air tag in it, but they didn't steal it. They broke everything inside, so nobody could steal it. Um, so there's no reason for an air tag in it anymore. But yeah, I wouldn't have went to look for it if it gets stolen. I'd be like, police, take this air tag information and go get it. Um, yeah, and it doesn't sound like he was near home because he tracked it. But anyhow, you guys got any opinions on that before I move on? How many miles away? It does not say. On to Andrea's article.
Well,
You want to read it?
I
Oh, go
have
ahead, Mark. Oh, I can stretch.
something. This is from Time Magazine. Man who shot and chased Texas church gunman shares his story. A local man who shot at the Texas church shooter before giving chase to the gunman has spoken about the experience. This was more than a year ago, by the way. Oh, wait, yes, it's November 2017. So, yeah. Stephen Williford, a resident of Sunderland Springs, told Arkansas news station 4029 that he was at home when his daughter came to his bedroom and told him that she heard gunshots coming from the First Baptist Church nearby. I kept hearing shots, one after another, very rapid shots, just pop, 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 pop. I knew every one of those shots represented someone, that it was aimed at someone, that they weren't just random shots, Williford said. A former NRA instructor, Williford decided to load his rifle while his daughter scouted the situation outside. She told him that she saw a man in black tactical gear firing at the church. So Williford, without even putting on his shoes, grabbed his firearm and ran across the street to the church to confront the shooter. He saw me and I saw him, Williford said. I was standing behind a pickup truck for cover. The pair exchanged gunfire. I know I hit him, Williford said. He got into his vehicle and he fired another couple rounds through his side window. When the window dropped, I fired another round at him again. The gunman, later identified as 26-year-old former Air Force member Devin Kelly, decided to flee the scene and speed down the highway. Wilford spotted Johnny Langendorf in his pickup truck at a stop sign. He ran over and asked him for help. That guy just shot up the Baptist church. We need to stop him, Williford told the driver. I was strictly just acting on what's the right thing to do, Langendorf told reporters earlier Monday, according to the Associated Press. As they drove after the Kelly As they drove after the Kelly, the pair. I don't know what they mean by the Kelly. The pair called 911. Maybe they mean the killer Kelly, capital, as if it was a name. Oh, Kelly. Okay, the name. I don't know why they have the here. As they drove after the Kelly, the pair called 911. Time magazine. Oopsie. Um, as they drove after Kelly, right? No the there. Kelly. Devin Kelly is the name of the shooter. They were driving after. The pair called 911 to give a description of the assailant. Eventually, they caught up to Kelly's truck, who, under pressure, hit a road sign and flipped his truck into a ditch. Williford cautiously exited his truck and yelled, "Get out of the truck, get out of the truck," but did not see any movement, he said. Police later arrived at the scene. They believe Kelly opted to commit suicide. Williford said that's uh, Williford said that he's not a hero. I think my God, my Lord protected me and gave me the skills to do what needed to be done. He said when the dust had settled, officials revealed that Kelly killed 26 people in the rampage, the largest mass shooting in Texas history.
It's
Good
awful, and
guy
that
with a
guy's very
gun.
brave.
Huh?
I said that's just awful, but that guy is very brave.
Yeah. Barefoot running out after a guy in full tactical gear. Both of them are brave. The pickup truck
Yeah,
driver, just that guy just shot up that church. We need to go after him.
can
From
you
barefooted
imagine? I
guy
mean,
with a rifle. It's like,
right.
like what the hell? Who in their right mind would do that? Like, well, yeah,
It's
that's
kind of shocking that he actually like let him in the truck and took off with him because I mean, for all he knew, it could have been the bad guy.
Yeah, that
yeah,
reminds me of the story I read a few articles back. It just jumped, the guy just jumped in the car, took him with him.
yeah, yeah. That's. I wonder what I mean, what
Did
he's,
you
where he's at, how he's doing now, like 10 years later. Is there PTSD? Is he, you know, healthy. Does he, I don't know. Presumably he's proud of what he did still. He should be, but that doesn't mean it's easy to live with, right?
Yeah.
Police have mandatory time out of off duty and whatnot after being involved in a shooting and stuff because it shakes people up. So yeah, I hope he's doing okay. But yeah, I think who knows how that would have gone in a state with stricter gun control laws, um, where the good guys aren't armed like that and aren't equipped to solve problems themselves, right? Other parts of the country, all he would have been able to do is dial 911, say, hearing pop, 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 continuing,
Let the cops do their job.
waiting for the cops to do their job as more people die, and he's listening to it. Or, allow people the right to keep and bear arms and to defend themselves and others.
Don't you guys have is Florida an open carry state?
It will be in September. We just passed a constitutional carry law. So like statewide concealed carry without a permit is now legal. And recently, the Florida Supreme Court has ruled that the open carry ban is now unconstitutional according to Florida law, and it will be repealed or nullified or whatever you want to call it in September. I forget what day. It's not like I'm going to be going around marching around with my, on my back, whatnot, right? It's like, but it has been legal in the past under certain conditions. There's been exceptions to the open carry ban, and the legalese saying that for the purposes of transporting equipment to and from hunting or fishing activities, an exemption for open carry will be made, right? It's like, how can you not openly carry a rifle when you are going to hunt, right? So yeah, they made that, and then there'd been certain people, troublemakers and libertarian types and stuff who were like, all government authority is unlawful and bad or whatever, who would go and they would just strap their AR to their back and the big flag and carry and then a fishing pole and then march through a city and like say they're going to the fishing pier at the coast. They're going to fish. And so by the letter of the Florida law, they are permitted to openly carry firearms because they have a fishing license and they're going to fish at the city pier.
What
And
the hell
it's
do you
like,
need a AR for to go fishing? Like,
Yeah, exactly. But the law said that it technically was, right. So they
There
were
was
just it was just to make a point about the absurdity of the way that the law is worded. It shouldn't have been that way in the first place, you know? It shouldn't have been open carry shouldn't have been banned in the first place. Um, but yeah, so starting there's a particular date, and yeah, then Floridians can just have their sidearm just right on their hip out in the open. They don't have any concern about, accidental display if they bend over or certain whatnot and stuff. There've been cases in other states where people have gone to jail because they had a concealed carry permit, but then they did something, made some move, and their firearm became exposed, visible, and that, disqualified them from being, open or concealed. And therefore, um, their firearm, their carrying of that firearm in that way was therefore illegal, and they had, whatever consequences for that. So, um,
Does it make you feel safer or less safe if more people are carrying guns, concealed or not?
I don't feel, I don't feel any safer or less safe. Um, a firearm is a tool. The people who would be openly carrying them like that are more likely to be the legal firearm owners. Um, I
The
don't
only
know.
thing that concerns me about it is that people aren't trained properly in firearms safety.
Yeah, yeah. But that's also a concern with concealed carry and concealed carry permits, and there's no, um,
You have to take firearm safety to get a concealed carry permit, don't you?
yeah.
not
At least
always,
here in California, you do.
not
I
all,
Yeah,
believe
not
not
you do
not all
here.
always, like you
states,
said.
not all states. Some of them are just simply shall issue. If you have turned 18 and you are old enough to get a driver's license, then the government will issue a concealed carry permit if you so request. There are some states, um, and they don't have mass shootings because the firearms aren't what those does. The firearms don't act on their own. It's not the firearms' fault.
It's the
Um,
unhinged people that are carrying the firearms that concern me. The
Hmm.
people that are, shouldn't be handling guns and aren't educated on how to handle them.
Hmm.
do you guys remember that video a couple months ago where the guy was shooting at the alligator on the Instagram video? Or it might have been a TikTok video. It went viral.
Uh,
I don't think I saw it.
They, yeah, they were out there in Florida, where the gators are, and they're making a video. Yeah, I don't know if you guys said you didn't hear about it, but yeah, like 3 or 4 months ago. And yeah, I got an article here I just found about it.
yeah. There's only
Look
a
it up
very
though. That's
small
all.
area on the back of a gator's head that is soft enough for a bullet to easily penetrate like that. They're very thick-skinned, and it's hard to kill a
I
gator
mean,
with
if
a
you take an
bullet.
AR to them a whole bunch of times, then
Well,
that's what they were doing. You could see him on
Okay,
the front of the
let's.
boat in the marshes and stuff, and he's just like. Then they
Okay,
laughed at
that's.
it, and they made a TikTok video.
Yes, let's hear. Let's hear.
Says uh, clavicular, clavicular,
Oh, oh God,
clavicular, charged
that
with misdemeanor after
hammering
viral
his own
video.
face. That's not enough. He's got to go like shoot at gators too. God damn it! I hate that guy. What an
You know
idiot!
him?
What an idiot! He's one of those looks maxer people. You remember when we did that discussion about the kid, like the kids who are like taking hammers and crushing their own facial like cheekbones so that it'll grow back more prominently, and like
I don't remember
wearing
that, but
lifts
that's
in their
interesting.
shoes so that they can look a little bit taller. All this stuff to like try to trick women into thinking that they're more attractive, and wearing makeup, and but not calling it makeup because that would be too feminine. And they're trying, he's, yeah, I don't know, clavicular, whatever. He's one of those media influencers, and there's a lot of videos of him taking a hammer and hitting himself in the face with it. So that is the person that we are dealing with here. Just setting the frame here. Imagine,
Setting the scene.
if you will, an individual who willingly smashes his face with a hammer.
Don't
You should
forget
look
the
at his
And
face
jawline.
though.
and the jaw,
The
yes, the
jawline's
jaw.
nice.
You got to get back like right here, get for the square jawline, right? Yeah. So,
uh,
and yeah, and don't forget the lifts. He's got to get at least 2 inches on his actual height because he's not that tall.
uh, yeah, he looks like he might do some modeling or something. Um,
He
That's his point
wishes.
in smashing himself in
That's
the face.
that's why he smashes. Yeah, he wishes he did modeling. That's why he goes and hits himself in the face with a hammer. He wants to be a
uh,
model. Paints his
No,
face,
he wants to get laid.
get the Botox injections and whatnot and everything. Yeah, wants to get laid one time and throw it in her face and then throw her away and not say anything ever again. Go on to the next one that he can predate on.
I sent you a link
Ah,
so you can see his face.
I know what his face
Whatever
looks
he
like.
did
I
with
don't
that
want to
hammer.
look at him anymore, and I have to. And I don't have
Right.
to look at him to hear you read this article.
Okay, I'll continue.
Mm. Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Clavicular charge with misdemeanor after viral video shows alligator being shot repeatedly. The internet's most controversial looks maxer is in hot water again. Clavicular, born Braden Eric Peters, has been charged in Florida's Miami-Dade County in connection with a video that circulated on social media showing an alligator which appeared to be dead already being shot repeatedly in the Everglades. Okay, yeah, I didn't hear about the dead already thing. Two others are also facing charges in connection with the incident. Andrew Morales, 22 years old, known online by the moniker Cuban Tarzan, and Yabdil Anibal Cato Torres, 26, baby alien. Baby alien. That's the first time I heard that name. Anyhow, um,
I mean, and these guys think that these nicknames
misdemeanor
make them sound
charge.
manly or something. What,
Yeah, I
right?
was wondering.
Baby
I
air.
guess
Oh, that sounds tough.
baby
Alien.
alien.
That'll be laid.
Uh,
All the women
anyhow,
want to sleep with a baby in.
never know. Everybody got their things, but
Somebody will.
definitely. Uh, Anyhow, Peters is facing a misdemeanor charge of unlawfully discharging a firearm in a place according to court orders obtained by the Times. The Miami-Dade State's Attorney's Office filed the charges April 29th. Stephen Kramer and Jeffrey Neiman, attorneys for Peters told the Times in a text message, end quote, our client has been summoned to appear for a misdemeanor charge that stems from the following the instructions of a licensed airboat guide. He relied on that guidance. No animals or people were harmed. We were confident that once the full picture is understood, people will see this for what it is. The shooting took place at the Everglades and Francis C. Taylor Wildlife Management Area boat ramp dock on or about March 26th. Court records say the video shows the men aboard the airboat firing at the alligator more than a dozen times. End quote. Yeah, it's definitely dead. Peters is heard saying after firing. Shortly after the video went live on social media, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission announced it had launched an investigation into the incident.
Real,
End
real
quote.
quick, can I just like, so they're saying, like, their lawyer's saying that the gator was already dead. They didn't kill it with the
That's what
gun,
the,
right? But then in the video, they're shooting repeatedly, and then one of them says, "Yeah, it's definitely dead." It sounds to me like it was probably made dead by something that happened before the video started.
um,
Alligators don't just
I wonder
like
if they got a
show up
COD for it.
in front of
Um,
you like dead. You
yeah, I wonder
you
if they did a like autopsy to figure out what was the
uh,
cause of death. But I'll keep reading it.
I don't think
Um,
you need an autopsy to figure that out.
well, I mean, to figure out if it was already dead or figure out if the shots killed it.
I guess. But still, I don't think that you need to do an autopsy to figure out that a
He shot an
few
alligator.
dozen rounds from an AK pattern rifle ended the life of this animal.
Right. Why shoot an
Yeah.
alligator? I wouldn't be near it, but I'll keep reading the article. It says shortly after the video went live on social media, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission had launched an investigation into the incident. End quote, Florida's wildlife and waterways deserve respect, not content farming, Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins said on March 26th on X. End quote, under my watch, anyone who abuses wildlife in Florida will be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. Morales' attorney, Richard Cooper, emailed the Times in a statement Wednesday, in quote, we urge the public not to rush judgment. Importantly, there is no allegation that any animal was injured, and the available evidence does not support this sens- sensationalized narrative that has circulated online. The statement read, my client relied on the information and guidance provided by those in authority had no criminal and arraignment had been scheduled May 20th. The face of being, quote, smacking, a subculture hyper-focused on taking extreme measures to perfect one's physical appearance. Peters has admitted in interviews that he uses appetite suppressing and performance enhancing drugs as well as recreational party drugs and has said he chisels his face by smashing his bones with a hammer. The same week, Peters' alligator video caught the authorities' attention. The Manosphere influencer was arrested on suspicion of misdemeanor battery. He was taken into custody on a warrant issued by Oscala or Osceola,
Osceola.
Osceola,
Osceola.
Osceola. I knew you know.
I
Osceola
mean, it's
County.
next door, man. Osceola County.
That's why I was saying it a bunch of different ways to see which one
Osceola,
you would
yeah.
say it was. Uh,
Osceola is where like Kissimmee is.
okay. So a warrant issued by Osceola County Sheriff's Office and
Osceola. Ooh.
Osceola County's Sheriff's Office and released soon after on bond. Police allege that the February in February, the 20-year-old internet celebrity celebrity instigated a fight between his girlfriend, Violet Lentz, 24 years old, and a 19-year-old influencer in Kissimmee, Florida. Kissimmee, Florida.
Kissimmee.
That's it. Kissimmee, okay. In a Kissimmee, Florida short-term rental. The incident was also live streamed to his hundreds of thousands of followers. Then in April,
What?
Peters
What?
was
Okay. So wait. So he's what a slime ball. He's going around smashing his own face with a hammer, shooting already dead gators at the direction of his airboat guide. It wasn't his idea. The airboat guide told him to shoot the already dead gator, and they were just to check and make sure that it was dead. And yeah, it was dead. They caught that on video, right? Documented for the world. Very important for all of his
Mhm.
followers to know that that already dead gator is really dead. Pow, 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 pow. Yeah, it's dead.
definitely dead now.
And then later that week, go up to presumably sounds like an Airbnb, right? Short-term
Yeah.
rental. So he was at some Airbnb near Disney, right? Kissimmee, Florida is Disney area. And then he live streamed trying to start a girl fight with his girlfriend and some rando other person. What, for the likes, for the clicks?
I think he instigated the
Y-
fight, it says,
Live
which
stream, yeah.
is what the hell?
Yeah,
Streamed it for
he's
hundreds of
trying to
thousands
make
of
he's trying to
followers.
get his girlfriend to fight this 19-year-old influencer, right? Yeah, he's trying to start a girl fight.
Um,
Like,
I'll
why?
continue this article. It's gonna be the same
What a
shit, it looks like.
scumbag.
In
Oh,
April, you can sit that right there. Um, I'm sorry about that.
mm,
In April, Peters was live streaming from Miami nightclub when he appeared to overdose on camera. In the video, Peters is seen taking a swig of an unknown substance and then subsequently starting to mumble, sway, and close his eyes as the camera panned away. TMC obtained the audio from a 911 call alerting emergency services to the possible overdose of a 20-year-old man. Additional videos taken by bystanders showed Peters being carried out of the nightclub. A source close to Peters told the Times that he was hospitalized for an overdose and checked himself out the following morning. Within hours of his release from the hospital, he was back on streaming platforms Kick and telling his followers he would be out at a nightclub that night to promote his grand opening. Yeah.
That just reinforces his stupidity.
mm.
Going to go promote a club tonight. I
After he overdosed at a club the night before.
right.
That's intelligent
Uh,
right there.
yeah, I didn't know about this face smashing stuff Mark was talking about until I
We
looked
were
it up.
talk we talked about it not too long ago, didn't we?
I think we
I
talked about
remember.
ball maxing and
Oh, that
the other
too.
maxing, but I haven't heard of the face maxing yet. This is the first.
Mm. Yeah, it's crazy.
Mm,
Yeah, like you said, chisels his face by smashing his bones with a hammer to look chiseled, right? Mm,
He's 20 years old. What if it would have
He
never grew
doesn't
back
even
the right way? Him
he
doesn't
doesn't
know
have a
better.
fully developed brain.
mm.
Um,
Yeah, but
luckily Mark knew the guy.
uh,
I mean, you knew
oh
him
no,
by
I don't
name.
know the guy.
You knew him by name, so I didn't have to.
I
It didn't take me long
knew
to
I
pronounce it.
knew who the influencer is, not.
Fellow Floridian.
Oh,
You hate to be
I
hate
don't
to be
like
connected
sharing
to him.
state. I don't like sharing state with that guy. I hope he was born somewhere else at least, and he's just partying at Miami because that's where all the good drugs are. That's where the cocaine comes in before it gets stepped on.
Good to know. Uh,
Yeah, it's a Colombia trafficking, right? Traffic routes. Like back in the 80s, they got it all set up. Now Miami was the place to go.
Did not
Um,
know that. That's good to know.
it's basically the city that cocaine built. And when you
Oh
get down
wow.
to it, before the 80s, Miami was not really much of a thing, much of a place.
You can
Um,
rest
Hmm.
assured, Mark, he was raised in Hoboken, New Jersey.
oh, good. Hey, a New Jerseyan. That makes sense. He's bringing Jersey Shore vibes to Florida.
Right.
We don't need that here, man.
The article said Florida man, I believe. Yeah.
As of 2026, he lives in Florida.
Well,
Mm, mm, mm. You're sharing a state with him
I
now.
do. I reject his Floridianness, his Floridianity. Um, yeah, just
Mm.
because he has a house here for tax purposes does not mean that
He's a
he lives
Floridian.
here. Yeah, um,
Uh,
Florida's got a yeah. There's no um personal income tax in the state of Florida. So it's a really attractive location for um, a lot of internet streamers to set up shop. Right.
that
A
is good to know.
one man operation, right? You just set up, boom. And
Um,
yeah. A lot
Andrea.
of California is coming over here.
Oh,
Like,
nice. Getting out of here. Um,
just don't bring
but
too much California here.
mm, I'm not bringing. I might be sending, but
Hmm.
bringing would involve me actually going there. So yeah, I'm not bringing because I'm not going.
You don't want to come to Florida?
For you, but that wouldn't be too long.
Oh,
And anybody that comes to me is not staying in Florida. I mean, depends on how much they like you. They might want to stay with you. But yeah. I got another article
I
here that
have
Andrea
been
sent.
told in that yes, I am a difficult person to live with in so many words, I have been told. So
Well, I
probably.
wasn't even saying because of that, but
Well, I am
yeah.
saying because of that. I don't know.
There you go.
I'm
Your words, not mine.
my yeah. Well, no, not my words, but quoted. Yeah,
Yeah.
I am.
Anyhow,
I can be difficult to live with. How about that? Can be difficult. I don't know. Mood swings make everybody difficult to live with, right? So I don't want, it's not my fault. It's the epilepsy. I can blame it on something else.
it's easy to just push it off on something else, right? I see. Andrea had this article here in the Chicago News. Horrified. New details after decomposing bodies found out Chicago funeral home licenses suspended. The funeral homes the funeral home director's license was suspended, and her husband, who was previously a funeral director and embalm intern, had his license suspended in 2024. This article came out on August 7th, 2026. So it's fairly new. Anyhow, the new details are unfolding after more than 50 bodies were found in various stages of decomposition at a funeral home in Chicago on Thursday, with the funeral operators in quote egregious practices leading to their licenses being suspended and an investigation underway. According to the Cook County Medical Examiner, dozens of decomposing bodies were discovered Thursday at the South Chicago Funeral Home located at 2939 East 95th Street in South Deering. The Illinois Department of Financial and Professional Regulation said the license of registered funeral director Joanna Morgan, was suspended 1 day prior. In a statement, Illinois Comptroller Susana Mendoza called the discovery heartbreaking, end quote, heartbreaking and an abomination, end quote, horrified again. The statement said, in part, these are people, someone's mother, father, sister, brother, child, or friend, and they deserve better. In a news release sent Friday, the IDFPR said it took, end quote, swift action after learning of the situation at the Southside Funeral Home, and was working with investigators to, end quote, ensure all appropriate regularly and public safety steps are taken. Early Friday morning, officials from Chicago Police Department and Cook County Medical Examiner remained at the funeral home with roads blocked and personnel seen taking gurneys in and out. The IDFPR handles the physical operations and professional credentials of the funeral homes, Mendoza's office said. The department also licenses and disciplines funeral directors and embalmers and investigates operational issues like professional incompetence, vital records noncompliance, or the improper handling of human remains. In 2024, Morgan's husband, Morgan's husband, Clark, who was previously held a funeral director and embalmer intern license, had his credentials suspended. In 2025, the Illinois Office of Comptroller shut down the Morgan's other businesses, Heights Crematory and Chicago Heights, after investigators discovered several improperly stored bodies and hundreds of cremated remains that had never been returned to their families. Mendoza's office said many of the bodies there were stacked on top of each other, not refrigerated, and partially exposed. End quote, cremations were delayed and record keeping is abysmal. Mendoza's statement said, to hear these same operators are doing the same thing again at South Chicago Chapel Funeral Home is infuriating. Mendoza said the situation at Heights Crematory led to a new law that gives the IOC more investigatory authority over crematories. The law was signed into effect this summer and will take effect January 1st, 2027. End quote, I am hopeful that the Morgans are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, her statement said. As of Friday, the MEO said investigators and forensic pathologists were still assessing the conditions of the remains at the South Chicago Chapel Funeral Home and searching for documentation that documentation and death certificates, which could take days. This process could take several days to ensure proper disposition, the release said. The MEO, which is all in quotes, so that means something. The MEO will work with further.
Medical examiner's office.
Oh, okay. The MEO will work with authorities to identify these descendants as quickly as possible and notify their families. Neighbors and residents in the area also reported a foul smell coming from the business.
Well, I
End
bet.
quote. End quote. One thing we have been hearing from people who live in the area are visiting relatives. There's been an odd odor. NBC5 reporter Lisa Chavarria said Friday morning, we test, there's been a strange smell. I'll stop real quick. That lady's name, Lisa Chavarria. My doctor's name is Jaime Chavarria. Um, yeah, of no relation, I'm assuming. He's Californian. But anyhow, yeah, all those bodies in there in the neighborhood smelling like death.
Like
Decom?
bodies. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
I
I
think
mean,
it's really
presume-
screwed up that they already had lost their license at one place if they continued operating in another one and doing the
yeah,
same thing.
within a year.
Right. And what
Uh,
are they telling the families of all of these people?
they got to find out who the people are first.
Yeah, well, what happened? Like, did the families never get a funeral?
I
Did the
was thinking maybe
families
it was
bury empty caskets? Did they put something else into the
no one
caskets?
complained, is what I was thinking.
So
No
why
one.
would nobody complain unless there's something, where like how do bodies stack up like that? I
Could
Obviously,
mean,
be
because
part
they're
okay,
of a
not
maybe
doing their
they're
crime.
job.
maybe they're like just individuals that like homeless that don't have families to claim them, right? And then what do they do? If it's a funeral home that's contracted by the city or whatever to take care of um the medical examiners um like okay, this body wasn't murdered. This was an
Or
individual with no family. Here, it's like you're under contract to take care of it, and then they can say, okay, we took care of it, and they just don't do anything. Just free money, don't do anything, don't bother, just boop, boop, boop. Okay, it's taken care of. Toss it in the back, stick it in the pile. Like how, w-
it could have been like could have been like get killed like in crimes or whatever. And I'm not saying people are, but maybe someone turned in the body so the body doesn't be found or something like that. I seen it in that show Ozarks where they were just burning the bodies inside the incendiary and people weren't knowing that that's how they were going. Get a dead body and just throw it in there and they never see it again. Could be like that, and then they just had too much
yeah,
bodies to burn.
cremation. But wasn't one of their businesses supposed to be a crematorium?
The first
Yep.
one, the first
Yeah.
one that got shut down said it was a crematorium.
I guess it's expensive to buy all of that propane to run a crematorium. It's just less expensive not to even bother
Just let them
disposing of the
stack up.
evidence of your own crimes, right? Well,
Apparently, the whole
Yeah.
thing's just messed up.
yeah. And what's going to happen to them now? Are they going to get to just go open another business, or are they finally going to have criminal charges brought?
Hopefully, criminal charges. I can't
Hopefully.
believe that there's not some kind of inspection process with the licensing that requires them to have some sort of oversight that would have caught this.
Yeah, if a license was revoked from a business in the first place, why would those same operators be given another license to open
On the south side,
basically an identical business, right?
Right.
basically.
I mean, maybe it's like a family operation or something, and it's just okay, well, dad's lost his license, now mom's gonna, we'll start the business under mom's name. And then, oh, mom's license got pulled. Okay, well, it's Uncle Joe's now. Or wait, was it Uncle Javier, I guess, let's say. Um, right, it was a Hispanic last name.
I don't
Um,
know. I don't remember.
I don't know.
Even then, you would
I don't
think that
want to
they
be
would see the
racist anyway.
connection.
Yeah, it sh it should be a clear. I don't know.
I was just wondering how do you get so many bodies there and just, yeah, like Mark said, the family didn't go looking for them or they're missing records. They said it could take a few days to figure out who everyone was, which is good that you can find out who they are after however long it is because it takes a while to sync, doesn't it?
It, I mean, it might take more than a few days. Them saying it'll take a few days might just be them buying time, just an indeterminate number of days, several of them, we don't know, but some amount of time, and then we will have more information, is what it sounds like to me. Um, I wouldn't count on updates on identities anytime soon. If bodies are starting to smell and decay that bad, it might be difficult to get any sort of identifying information from them. And not
Maybe by
everybody.
fingerprints.
Yeah, well, fingerprints, if fingerprints start to decompose, then, you know, what can you do there? Dental records, maybe, but not everybody goes to dentists all their life. Um, not
Mm.
everybody's family has gone into like 23andMe and whatever so that they would have a genetic
I want to do that.
link or anything. So there's a um it could take a lot more time than just a few days. As just
Definitely.
kind of long story short, especially if there's many bodies.
Yeah, it said this process could take several days to figure
It's
out
going
who
to be more
everybody
than several
was.
days.
Yeah, it said
Yeah,
several days. That's just to figure out who they are.
More than
Um,
50 bodies. That's going to
yeah,
take them a lot more than some days.
said this process could take several days to ensure proper disposition. Uh, will work with authorities to identify these descendants as quickly as possible and notify their families. Mm. So yeah, they might have to go through like fingerprints, like you said, teeth. Unless they got a wallet or still got clothes on. Um, I still think it's gross. You just got bodies sitting around.
mm.
Like, did you not see all these bodies at one point in time? Did the smell not change inside but smell outside? Uh,
I mean, they were the ones who were stacking them up. They
they
were
probably
there,
went nose blind. They got used to it.
probably. Yeah,
Quite possibly.
I mean,
Somebody's
they
like,
would
"What do you
have to.
smell?" Mm-mm-mm. I couldn't walk around. You guys ever smelled dead body? I couldn't walk around with that smell.
Not dead person body, but I've smelled, yeah, dead
Same.
dead things. Yeah,
Mm,
Decaying things. Yeah.
yes. It is
mm.
It's wretched.
decidedly unpleasant.
I can imagine.
That's putting it very nicely.
Um, yeah, I remember seeing like decaying bodies on that one show. Uh, Hoarders. They would like move things, and there'd be like cats that were dead under there and stuff, and been under there for ages, and they're decaying.
I
It's like,
had to
Yeah.
fish a decomposing bird out of a car once.
how the hell did it do that?
They hit a bird while they were driving and they didn't realize it. And all of a sudden, their car starts
Oh
smelling
wow.
terrible. So they brought it in to figure out where's the smell coming from. And we found a dead and decomposing bird all up in the bumper cover.
Mm.
That was gross. It was a very gross day at work.
Yeah, sounds like it.
What did you
Uh,
charge them for bird carcass removal?
I wasn't part of that process.
No.
I was
No.
just gonna ask, did you do it? Did you literally take it out by yourself?
I think it took me and someone else to actually find it because of the way it had entered the front and then it was like all tucked up in where you couldn't see it. If
Mm.
I remember
But you
right,
could
I
smell
stuck
it.
my hand up. Oh yeah, you could smell it. It stunk up the whole shop. But yeah, I had to
Mm.
touch it. It was gross.
Uh, uh,
You wash
Yeah,
your
it'd been there a
hands.
minute. Of course
bad.
I fucking washed my hands.
Um,
No, I went next door and ordered a pizza and sat down for lunch.
right. I'm just checking. You know, some people are different these days. Not everybody washes their hands. Uh, this
Why
other
would we?
Wait,
article you sent
really?
me,
Or
I
what?
was being sarcastic, Mark. That was all sarcasm.
Re-
Um, just throwing that out there before you say seriously. Yeah, that was just sarcasm.
uh,
Sorry about that.
mm,
I don't. Mm, 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 Um, Andrea, I mean Mark, you want to read this article? Here, I
maybe.
would like you to read it. You
What
said
Which
maybe.
article?
article?
I said
Andrea
maybe
sent
because
it
I
to
don't know
me.
what
So,
article. I don't know what I want to read. You're not
Is
oh
it
giving.
the one I
Oh,
sent this morning?
oh,
yeah,
okay. The one I'll. Yeah, I had that. Yeah, here. Hold on.
yeah, that's right up your alley, right?
No, I don't want to subscribe, AP. No.
Yeah, they won't let me read it because I've been reading. They only let you read so much before they make you buy it or stuff like that. But
Right. Yeah, so I've got to use my free Associated Press read. Um, yeah. So, Washington, or out of Washington from Associated Press, Donald Trump said Tuesday that he slipped away from Air Force One after a trip last month in Turkey because the Secret Service and military wanted him on a, quote, different plane due to a threat that he insisted didn't scare him. Yes, it did not scare. No, I was not
He's
scared. Definitely not.
right.
No.
Definitely not scared.
Yes. The secret and it's such a weird detail to add that it has to not be true, right? It has to. He had to have been freaked out to say, no, I was not scared.
He just wants everyone to think that he's not scared so he can put on his little I'm a big man farce
I
to the
yeah,
mean,
world.
well,
good content.
I don't
It gets it
that
gets
that
noticed.
I do have to that bullet that hit his ear and he still didn't like duck. It's like I would not be standing that tall if a bullet had just whizzed past and hit my ear. I would let the Secret Service cover me up and get me off stage.
I'll raise
Probably.
the
I would
roof.
think
No,
that if
I'm
he
just
got
kidding.
shot in the ear that there would be a scar, but there are no photos showing any kind of scars. So
I don't know. Well, everything is. Mm, wait,
Mm,
really?
I mean, I've never
not
seen
that
a
I've
picture of a
seen.
scar.
I don't know.
It was a hoax.
Piercings can get removed so easily without and heal up so over so easily that I
I
don't
don't
know if
think
I
a
would
bullet from a
necessarily
high-powered
trust it.
rifle can be compared to an ear piercing.
Well, what they said was that it grazed his ear, like miraculously. But I
Right.
mean, the bullet was caught in a photograph, which is
I
like,
haven't seen that,
Me
no,
either.
but
I didn't even go look.
photo
I
of
don't
the year. It was a Pulitzer Prize winner, a photo of the year. The
I don't
photographer
remember seeing it.
happened to hit his little burst photo button thing, and one of those images happened to have the bullet in it.
Wow.
Um,
Yeah, that's not something I on a regular go look for, but I don't know. Was it his left ear or right ear?
Right
uh,
ear,
off the top of my head. Yeah,
right ear, if I remember correctly.
here we go.
Hmm.
Veteran New York Times photographer Doug Mills captured a historic image showing the streak of a bullet whizzing through the air just behind Donald Trump's head during his July 13, 2024 campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. It was his right ear. Based on the orientation, he's standing at the podium, his head's turned, or wait, his head's turned and puts his hand up there. Um, yeah, so the camera settings shot in an ultra fast shutter speed of one 8,000th of a second, which allowed the camera to freeze the high-speed projectile as a faint silvery streak in a single frame on July 13,
Mm.
2024. So, yeah, it was a 2025 Pulitzer Prize in Breaking News Photography winner. If you want to look it up, it's readily available. Yeah, but the bullet was real. It was an actual assassination attempt, just barely avoided because Trump turned his head right at the exact point that he needed to in order to have his ear hit and not his brain hit. Um, so yeah, uh, if it's a hoax, then the there's a lot of big organizations in on it. New York Times, Pulitzer Prizes,
All these news channels.
all these news channels. Yeah. So if it's a conspiracy theory, if it was fake, it's a big and which I don't know. I don't think that's likely because all of these outlets that are talking about it, New York Times, ABC
Yeah,
News,
New York
NBC, they're all
Times,
very
Yahoo,
hostile towards
Fox.
Trump when they all agree with Fox News showing the same image as real, displaying it as reliable, then when Fox News agrees with CNN and AP and the New York Times photographer who took the photograph gets a Pulitzer Prize for it. There's too many steps in there, too many organizations involved for it to have been faked in front
I
of
was,
thousands of people who were present at that rally. Um, yeah, verification. Retired FBI forensic and special agents have reviewed the raw image data and confirmed it depicts the displacement of air and the path of a bullet flying past Trump's head. Yeah, that's another thing that you don't necessarily even really think about too much. A flying bullet from a high power rifle is a supersonic projectile. It creates a shock wave, and that shock wave can be faintly visible and detected in high enough resolution photographs. Um, and that's what they're seeing. They're seeing a shock wave there, showing a supersonic projectile that had just gone past Donald Trump's head. Um, so yeah, it was not a hoax.
well, I take that back then. I was not aware and had not
Yeah.
seen that photograph.
It's a
I
hell of
saw
a
it. I'm looking at
photograph.
it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's
it is.
crazy. It is crazy. I mean, yeah. However anybody feels about Trump, that is one heck of a photograph. Um,
Yes, very much.
so
Yeah, good picture. Um,
uh
And apparently it just barely clipped his ear
yeah,
right
he
about
turned
here.
at the right
just
time.
like a little which is kind of why I compared it to an ear piercing. Like get cool or if take these guys out here, it
Just
would
rip it
probably
out.
close up and leave, it wouldn't leave much of a
I wonder if he
scar.
heard it.
Oh, yeah, a supersonic projectile going right past his ear, there would have been a crack. It would have sounded like a firecracker pop right next to the
Mm.
eardrum right there, bah, and stuff. But he would have also heard the fire of the shot afterwards. The report from the gun would have come after the bullet popped here
Mm.
in his ear because the bullet is traveling faster than the speed of sound coming from the gun's report. So it's crazy. He would have heard pop and then pop.
Um, there was a
Supersonic airflow physics is fascinating.
Andrea, I think it was you that posted the other article about the jalapenos.
Oh, we never finished
Yeah.
the Trump
Oh, go
slipped
ahead.
away Air Force One. Yes, definitely not afraid. Did not scare him. Different plane. Yes, Trump downplayed the extraordinary nature of the subterfuge involved in his flight, which saw him stow away in an airport catering container to sneak onto another plane while Air Force One was sent into the sky, essentially as a decoy. This sounds like a Wile E. Coyote type thing. Let's hide the president in the meal cart and just scoot him away and they'll think it's up and over. Like, what the heck? This is crazy. He also downplayed the risk to the people, White House officials, security and support staff, and reporters that he left on the plane. Oh, yeah. It's like, oh, this is so dangerous, too dangerous for the president. We're not going to say anything, though. You guys all get to go up and, you're the
Right.
decoy.
Oh,
Yeah,
it gets
here's
better.
Emma.
It gets
Yeah.
better.
Oh, does it? They wanted me to go on a different flight, different plane, Trump told reporters after returning from an event in Ohio, saying he had little choice in the matter. Quote, I guess there was a threat out there. I didn't really ask too much about it, he said. I got a lot of threats. If he gets a lot of threats, he doesn't get stowed into airport catering carts a lot. I would be asking some questions. I would ask about that. I don't know. He just probably just doesn't want to tell them about it, right? Maybe. I don't know. His comments confirmed a report that first appeared in the Washington Post saying that Trump, following a NATO summit last month, was spirited onto a different plane because of a credible threat from Iran. This action was kept secret for weeks until the newspaper story. Wow, wait, so this is the second time that he's switched planes? Is that what I'm did I
That's what it sounds like. What you read from what you read, I took that.
yeah,
He went
Andrea?
off Air Force One into a catering container to a military plane. And then after they got to the UK, he sneaked back onto Air Force One so that he could walk down the stairs and have the people take pictures of him.
Okay. But this one, I mean, this paragraph, though, it sounds like it, there was another completely different
I don't think so.
incident where he was put onto a different plane because of a credible threat from Iran. Is that the Washington
Yeah.
Post? Because this is from AP, and then they're
Well,
saying
Washington Post is the one that broke the story.
confirmed his comments confirmed a report to okay, Washington Post that Trump fall. Okay, thank you. Andrea's got us on point. Thank you. um, I see. I get it now. I follow the thread. Quote, I think actually the plane that I flew on was at greater risk, Trump said Tuesday, who did not provide any details about the action, but he said the incident did not scare him. Quote, I don't worry about anything, to be honest, Trump said. Whatever it is, you know my attitude, whatever. That is a trait that is common among people
Mhm.
with narcissistic personality
Mm.
disorder. They have like no fear response.
Is
Um,
that a real disorder?
same with sociopathic personality disorder too. There's no fear response there. It's like no, whatever. That's why they make such good, or that's why they rise to such high levels of various hierarchies because they don't mind taking the risk. It doesn't scare them, you know. The gamble, it's not making them nervous. Yeah. So it's interesting. Um, Not that I'm making any commentary on the president. This is merely an observation about a psychological phenomenon. Mm, cover my ass here. Presidents often take secret trips, but not like this. Commanders in chief have sometimes kept overseas trips covert for security reasons, with schedules and logistics kept classified until after for safety reasons. But the fact that Trump's whereabouts were concealed at the time and for weeks afterwards is believed to be unprecedented. Yeah. Quote, we have absolutely seen the president fly on unmarked or decoy planes before into Iraq, Afghanistan, other war zone like places, said Garrett M. Graff, author of Raven Rock, the story of the U.S. government's secret plan to save itself while the rest of us die. That's a very long title. I think, Mr. Garrett M. Graff, you could work on your brevity a little bit there. Okay, quote, but this was an ongoing
Shout
secret
out.
that I don't think we've ever seen before. After hiding in the catering vehicle and being moved onto the other plane, Trump stopped in Britain, sneaked back aboard the presidential plane undetected. Sneaked? Is it sneaked or snuck?
Yes.
Uh,
Yes. Really?
Snuck.
I feel like
If you're
snuck.
saying snuck is like past term, he snuck someone in.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's right. That
I'm not going to argue with Mark on grammar.
He sneaked someone in.
sneak. Okay, hey, okay, well, the past tense of sneak is sneaked or snucked. Snuck, not snucked. Wow, that would be weird. Snuck. Both forms are correct and widely used, though they fit difference in reasons. Sneaked, traditional perform or traditional regular past tense form preferred in formal writing, academic work, and British English. Snuck, the modern and irregular past tense form, very common in everyday speech and American English. Okay, interesting. So they're sounding more formal by doing that. Cool. I learned something new.
Learn something new
And
every
I
day.
forgot where I was in the process. Snuck. Sneaked. Sneaked. Where is sneaked? I don't see sneaked. Sneaked back aboard the presidential plane undetected. Even later scoffed when asked about potential danger. Quote, if I go, you go, right? He told reporters then, gliding past the fact that if the plane had been shot down, the president wouldn't have been on board. Many details about what happened remain unknown. The president's flight out of Turkey made headlines at the time because he had arrived aboard a luxury jet gifted by Qatar, which was not equipped with some of the same missile detection and countermeasure systems found on older presidential jets. Why the hell is Qatar giving our president airplanes anyway? And
Probably what
is
he
it
was wondering.
well, yeah. Is it a gift to Donald J. Trump or is it a gift to the United States presidency, right? Is it something that needs to be, will be equipped with all of these countermeasures, or is it something that will be his personal property after leaving office? But I don't know, even after going out of office, ex-presidents receive Secret Service protection for the remainder of their life.
Oh
And
wow, didn't know that.
technically they are supposed to be referred to as president even after leaving office. So, um, but I, yeah. Um,
So they're
uh,
still referring to him as, yes, Mr. President.
yes, yeah, um,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
Um, But it was interesting during the Biden administration, all of the news media outlets made it a very distinct point to call him former President Donald Trump or ex-president, right? Technically they should have been calling him president, whether they like him or not. That's the way that the office was defined and the way that, but whatever. I wonder if Fox News calls Biden former President Biden. They,
Heard that a lot, actually. I'm not sure if it was
yeah.
specifically Fox, but I have heard him referred to as former president a lot.
I guess that's different than saying like referring to his like, to his face. Like, hello, former President Biden, right? You
Right.
wouldn't say that, right? You'd say President Biden, yes. Or, well, I don't know. I've never rehearsed meeting the president in my head, so I've never had to think about this kind of stuff, right? I've
Yeah,
Yep.
I
never
doubt
done
I'll
anything
ever,
presidential worthy.
right. I
Um,
don't think I'm ever going to be meeting any presidents.
mm,
I don't
yeah,
look forward to it.
I'm not, I don't, I won't lose any sleep over never getting to meet a sitting or former United States president. I did narrowly miss an opportunity to meet Buzz Aldrin at the local Science Center Museum when he showed up back when I was like 13 years old. We arrived just a little bit too late for the window and he had already left. And that I felt. But I wouldn't have cared if it was like George Bush or or Trump. Mm, uh, uh,
I just think
uh,
it's really shitty that he leaves all these people on there and he's just like, well, whatever. And, you know,
well, yeah, that is a thing. But at
It's
the
like in
same
case they try to
time,
kill me.
like counter espionage practice would dictate that you don't want to show your hand, right? You don't want them to know what you know. They want
why
you want
sneak back on?
something about that leg of the trip from Turkey to the UK must have been important. There must have been something there, or someone there that was particularly unwelcome in some way. Um, was it the same jet, the Qatari jet that he flew in to get there, that was the one that took everybody back, or was it the normal Air Force One?
I don't know that
They
it
didn't
mentioned
say.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not that
I
I
don't,
heard.
that doesn't, that doesn't, yeah. So I don't know. I guess we'll keep reading a couple more paragraphs at least, and maybe there's okay.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
says
here.
this is a
Trump
four
ended
minute
up
read.
traveling in a smaller government aircraft from Turkey to the United Kingdom, only to secretly reboard the decoy jet, then descend from it and climb back aboard the Qatari plane. Okay, so wait, then descend from it and climb back aboard the Qatari plane. So was it Air Force One that he climbed down out of and then got back aboard the Qatari? This is poorly written apnews.com. You need to hire better editors. Presidents have regularly tested the confines of their office, pushing their security advisors to visit war zones as a show of American presidents and their own leadership, and displaying their sociopathic lack of fear. Um, Usually, this happens in the form of trips that aren't announced until the president is deemed to be out of harm's way. What's different this time is that Trump was covertly separated from the rest of his travelers, including a press pool meant to provide independent coverage of the president and his actions. And instead of informing the public about what occurred once the risk had passed, the White House still hasn't fully revealed what took place. Graf said the presence of White House press corps is as much about protecting the presidency and democracy as it is about covering the story. Wait, who's Graf? Is Graf a fellow news person reporter, or is Graf a security official? Because one would be a lot more noteworthy than the other, right? But that did
Right.
occur to me, right? The difference covertly separated from the rest of his travelers, including the press pool meant to provide independent coverage of the president and his actions. Perhaps whatever it was something that the president needed to be away from reporters in order to negotiate or whatever, some backroom deal, right? Wheeling and dealing. Um, so yeah, it may be that he needed time away from a press pool, which would not be possible by boarding and flying that plane on that leg at that particular time. Some negotiations, something, I don't know. They were there. He was leaving NATO negotiations, right? And it
I believe
was
so.
in the midst of threats from Iran, right? And threats with Iran go both ways, right? Neither side can rattle their saber without the other one's, like, also. It's just a perpetual dick measuring competition with Iran.
I
I
haven't
don't,
heard that
I don't,
before. Big measuring competition.
yeah,
You
uh,
haven't heard that before?
no, that's the first.
yeah, man. Gotta
Uh,
know
uh,
who's got the big old swinging dick. The biggest
uh,
dick wins, right? That's how,
What they say.
yeah. Of course, we got to bring dicks in for Pookie.
oh,
Gotta
yeah,
gotta talk about dicks.
we must.
So,
Of course, we
yeah.
must.
Anyway, so Graf said the presence of the White House press corps is as much about protecting the presidency and democracy as it is about covering the story. Quote, this shows that the White House just fundamentally doesn't understand how important that role is, he said. Or perhaps they do understand just how fundamentally important that role is, and they needed that to not be involved in what they were doing at that point, right? The press does not necessarily have a right to access um, at all times about everything, right? Um, some things have to be off the books, off the record, away from the reporters. Just the way operating a nation works. So I don't know. But of course, the reporters have a rather inflated sense of self-importance. Um, Officials have gone to great lengths to keep presidents safe on covert trips before. Yes. In 2023, a motorcade pulled away from the White House around 3:30 a.m. on a Sunday, and President Joe Biden later boarded an Air Force C-32, a modified Boeing 757 normally used for domestic trips on smaller airports, and flew to Poland. Um, Biden then took a secret 10-hour overnight train ride to Kiev, meant to show solidarity with Ukraine after Russia's invasion. Yeah, note, it's interesting. They made a point. They called him President Joe Biden, not former President Joe Biden. They respect him enough to treat him like that. A press pool at the White House had been expecting a quiet Sunday for Biden in Washington. However, two journalists went to Ukraine with him and documented the trip, capturing images of Biden and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky walking together. Only two journalists. How did they choose who got to go? In Trump's first term, he made a secret Thanksgiving trip to Afghanistan in 2019 when officials kept a separate press pool and a decoy plane in Florida to maintain the illusion that the president was spending the holiday at his Mar-a-Lago estate. That's a pretty good decoy. That's a really, really good, plausible decoy. Just leave the plane there. Palm Beach International Airport is literally like right next to Mar-a-Lago. Like no more than 20-minute drive in bad traffic. I mean, it's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's like right there. So yeah, you park Air Force One at you don't even need much of a press pool there. But yeah, that's good. Good Thanksgiving trip for the troops deployed over there. Yeah. Instead, Trump and another group of reporters flew to the U.S. military base at Bagram, where the president served turkey to troops, gave a speech, and met with Afghanistan's then president, Ashraf Ghani, while journalists documented what was occurring. He has since been removed from power as soon as the United States pulled out, just abruptly and without any coordinated organization or thought. As soon as the Taliban took over, I think he's probably been summarily executed. Um, so, yeah, sad. Then, when President George W. Bush made his first trip to Iraq in 2003, news was not released until he was in the air on the way back to the United States. President Barack Obama made a furtive nighttime visit to Afghanistan in 2010 when he was meant to be spending the weekend at Camp David. Nice. Other risky trips featured. Wait, what? Okay. President Bill Clinton went secretly from India to Pakistan in 2000, attempting to calm tensions in the disputed Kashmir region. Yeah, the history of India and Pakistan is intense, crazy. He was seen talking with officials in front of a military plane that he appeared to board. Instead, Clinton ducked around the front of the aircraft to another jet parked nearby. Both planes took off for Islamabad, as did a third jet painted with the familiar baby blue markings of Air Force One. Wow, that's an elaborate deception. Joe Lockhart, a White House press secretary for Clinton, noted that reporters knew the president was on one of the planes, but not which one. He said he and other officials had briefed the press pool ahead of time and, quote, although they didn't know all the details, it was made clear that Clinton was not going to travel on the plane they were. There was no attempt to hide anything, much less lie about it later, Lockhart wrote on social media. The full White House traveling press pool flew with Bush from Florida to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, where officials reduced the number of reporters and staff on the plane. Bush and the smaller traveling party next flew to Nebraska's Offutt Air Force, Offutt, Bearfort, OFFUTT, Offutt Air Force Base, before eventually returning to Washington.
I
Why?
understand why he's scared.
Oh,
I
after the
understand why
okay,
you would do that.
yeah, okay. I'm
Thinks everybody's at him. He's
yeah.
right.
I don't know how I just did I read out the part where he was at elementary school in Sarasota? Or did I miss a
Uh,
paragraph? I think I skipped a paragraph. Okay. Yeah. There's no attempt to hide anything, much less lie about it later, Lockhart wrote on social media. Bush was visiting an elementary school in Sarasota, Florida during the September 11 attacks in 2001. And after all commercial traffic was grounded, officials wanted to move him to an undisclosed location. And that's where all of this, from Florida to Barksdale, Louisiana, to Nebraska, and then eventually to Washington. And he ruled the skies. Only President Bush was in the air. And military aircraft. That was pretty. Because I was living in Naples at the time, and Naples and Sarasota are basically neighbors. So, yeah, there were um, Air Force jets scrambled to circle and secure skies over Southwest Florida
do you see that
immediately.
often?
Huh?
Do you see that often?
Never.
Jets and stuff? Oh,
No, they don't. They don't do that. Not over. I mean, Naples, Florida is a tiny little like retirement city. It's barely what barely like 50,000 residents, I think, at the time, maybe. It was not large. Um, no major Air Force bases in the area. There was no reason for anything to fly, no military presence at least. And I don't know if well, you've been there's Air Force bases out around you in California, right? You've heard
correct.
the military aircraft versus the sound basically.
I haven't heard it, but I know they're here.
No.
I see it
Oh,
and hear it all the time.
yeah, yeah. What
I have
you hear
not.
if you hear a military fighter going overhead, you don't need to go and see it. You will be able to
You
know
hear?
just from the
Cluster of
sound.
Blackhawks, cluster of
It's
black helicopters quite loud too.
yeah, yeah. The
Does it shake
military.
the house?
It did, but they were flying real low. There's three of them, and like the house just started.
Oh,
And I went
Hmm.
outside and I'm like, what the hell is this noise? What's going on? Because it kept getting louder and louder. And I went outside and there was three Blackhawks flying like super low, pretty much right above my house.
uh-oh.
I'm in a
Where's the
flight path.
UFO that crashed? Somewhere,
Who do you
somewhere
contact
nearby.
about something like that?
Yeah. You remember Secret of Skinwalker Ranch? Didn't Travis Taylor say, when they fly military Blackhawks like that, they fly three. That's a
Yep.
distraction. They want you to look at that, not over in the other. So yeah, well, they succeeded in distracting you there, didn't they?
They did. They did.
It's
But if
Uh,
they
hard
had
not to
made so
go
much
look.
noise, I would have just been in the house and wouldn't have seen anything anyway.
It's hard not to go look. Though I mean, they sound so
it's hard
different.
not to go look.
Yeah,
I ignore stuff all the time.
I mean, well, yeah, but these things are not ignorable. I
My
mean, they
mom,
don't,
she,
it
she
doesn't sound like a regular helicopter. It does not make noise like a regular helicopter. The military is entirely unconcerned about noise levels and about like neighborhood sound quality, quality of life and everything. They want performance and
my mom, she's that type when she
so
hears stuff, she goes outside to see a look around, see what's going on.
yeah.
I just feel like sometimes you just gotta just let something go until you hear the police or something. But my mom, uh, yeah, she'll go to the curb, see what's going on around here. Uh,
I mean,
I'm
yeah.
so used to air traffic because I think there's within, I don't know, 30-mile radius of me, I think there's like six different airports or aircraft manufacturers and a military base.
Yeah,
So
isn't Topeka like one of the big major airmail
Wichita.
hubs?
Oh,
Wichita.
that airmail, I don't know, but I know they refer to Wichita as the air capital because we have Learjet, Boeing, Spirit, Cessna, Raytheon, plus McConnell Air Force Base, plus a few small aircraft or small airports
Well,
as
yeah,
well.
all of those manufacturers all so close to an Air Force base like that. Yeah, they're working on stuff.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
After 9/11, when they grounded everything, it was eerily quiet around here. It was creepy to me, but I've lived here my whole life. So,
Yeah. Wow.
mm,
That's interesting.
uh,
Yeah, so it got noisy for me, loud because they started scrambling the jets to keep, the Air Force One secure before it took off, and it got quiet over you. Such,
I mean,
yeah,
you would hear the occasional military aircraft, but nothing like normal at all. It was super quiet.
yeah, I guess they
mm,
don't, there's enough radar around, and the military craft have radar range enough that, yeah, they don't need many fighters up there to be able to make sure that things are clear.
Yeah,
Yeah, but they always had at least two um, wingmen with the Air Force One. I think. I think. That's what they say. Yeah,
probably.
they
um,
took off the Boeing, and they already had two F-16s up there.
they uh I don't know, you said something earlier and I just lost what it was. It'll come back to me.
Oh,
Um,
sorry. Yeah,
no, go ahead while I think about it, because
just there were two paragraphs left in um this
yeah, go
article.
ahead.
So yeah, um, that whole thing. It says Bush's location remained secret throughout the day. However, the White House did not suggest that the president was somewhere he was not, unlike when Trump was whisked out of Turkey. Quote, you can imagine the different ways that this could have gone wrong, where for a period of time, no one would have been able to independently corroborate the status of the U.S. president or who was in charge of the U.S. government, Kraft said. And that's an incredibly dangerous moment for the world. I don't I don't think so. I think he's kind of I think that there were plenty of other people who were very aware of where the president was and what his status was, what he was doing. We don't need a handful of reporters on Air Force One to independently corroborate that the president is or is not someplace,
I can understand the fact that if there was a credible threat, that they would pull some kind of sneakery to get him out of there without people knowing exactly plane he's or whatever. But the fact that they tried to completely hide it in the end by sneaking him back on the plane so he could walk down the stairs in front of the reporters and
Right.
tells the
Well,
reporters, if I go, you go, right? That's just fucked up.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, well, fucked up, maybe, whatever. If when you sign up to be a reporter in like the presidential press pool or whatever, like you basically, he has a point. Like you accept whatever threat the president may or may not be under, you also may be under that same threat. Like it's just going to be the way it is. If somebody wants to harm the president and they have to go through you to get to him, then you're going to be an obstacle,
Why
not
lied about
not
it
a
and sneak him back on the plane for the reporters to take pictures of him walking down the
well,
stairs? Why
if
would
you
he say, if
have
you go, or if I
if
go,
you
you
have some,
go,
yeah,
when he
if you
wasn't even there?
if you have um some CIA asset, some intelligence source that provides information about a credible threat, you do not want to compromise that information source by immediately tipping your hand and showing that you know that whatever threat this was, is going to, like, you're on to them basically. You're telling them that by publicly showing all of this and saying, oh no, there was a threat. There was a bomb threat on the plane. We're not flying president there. That tells whoever was trying to do it that somebody in their organization knows, or somebody found out, that tighten things up and stuff. So if you have an information source somewhere, that you want to continue to be a valuable information source, sometimes you're going to have to do some very uh, uh, distasteful calculus in weighing the value of one over another and deciding how which action to take and what is more important to disclose. Or do you want to disclose that you have an information source, or do you want to just disclose the president coming down some stairs like normal?
How would
So,
that have compromised?
wh-
Like if they just told the truth afterwards, what would that have compromised?
the person, then the organization, whoever made the threat, would still know. By pretending it never happened, by sneaking him onto this and having him walk down the stairs like he was on the plane the whole time, and not saying anything, not announcing anything, and pretending it never happened, you keep that secret. You don't. That is how you prevent the discovery of whatever your information source is. So the keeping secret is the whole point. And so now, I guess technically, by the Washington Post here publishing this article, now they've compromised whatever source had told them whatever. Who knows? I don't know. But it's
I
not.
don't either.
I don't have the security clearance for that, right? I'm not in
Mhm.
the military industrial complex. Um, they don't take kindly to my medication, and so I'm not permitted to do stuff for the government. Stupid.
Because of your meds?
Yeah. Medical marijuana disqualifies you from, a lot of, although that may change now that it's moved to Schedule 3. but historically, yeah, cannabis use is you can't you can't join up and serve in the government. They do drug tests. You pee in a cup before you get hired, and if you light it
It's
up
easy to
like
pass
I
that.
would, you know, yeah, multiple categories, benzodiazepines and cannabis, I would fail, even though I'm, prescribed
Legal.
the benzodiazepine, so they'd let that one slide. But historically, medical marijuana has not been recognized by the federal government, and so I would not have, um, unless I was perceived as somehow extreme high value to the point that they would overlook that, um,
Uh,
I wouldn't
when
be.
you said it isn't looked at by the government or something like that, the federal government. Um, yeah, they told me that because I kind of called the airport to ask them could I take some weed on the plane, uh, and they told me I should not. But if I'm in California, I could go from LAX, which is Los Angeles, to San Francisco. Those airports they are sure of. You could go in and come out. But yeah,
Yeah,
they're
in the
strict.
state.
They're strict about going to other states and stuff.
Yeah,
She was like, I
yeah.
don't know about when you go across state lines. She's like, that could be a problem, but I don't know how what can happen to you. And I was like, thank you. That's all I need to hear. Just yeah.
Yeah. I
People were
mean,
all telling me ways to do it and shit. People were telling me just roll it all up and have a whole bunch of joints already rolled in cigarette boxes and all kinds of stuff. Never mind. I'll just stay sober. Uh,
I mean,
easier.
it's easier to smuggle a little cartridge like this in your toiletry bag than it would be to like get a whole boatload of joints through airport security, you know?
Um,
I
yeah.
do not speak from
The
experience.
the the vape pen. Do they know if it's well, they don't really know if it's like THC or nicotine, or do they even allow the vape pens in the airport?
I mean, they allow them in there. You're not supposed to use them in the airport. You're definitely not supposed to use them on the plane.
Yeah,
But,
okay.
you know,
Yeah. Uh
fill in the dots for yourself. I'm not going to say it on YouTube.
I'll fill in some dots. Is it my turn?
I don't know. Is it? I got a couple more here.
Oh,
I
keep
need a
going.
I need a
I'm ready
bathroom break
though.
too. If you got one you can read out while I go
Uh
pee, then I
no,
got
mine is
more.
waiting for you.
Oh,
Yes. I'll wait. Go
so
ahead.
really? I can
Go
Everybody
keep,
out
for it.
there, press
yeah.
that thumbs up. Mark is gonna go use the bathroom. And when he comes
Yay.
back,
All of the
um,
internet needs to know.
yeah, Mark is here with us, you guys. Give him a second. Let him go tinkle. Uh,
I haven't heard that in a while.
yeah, let him tinkle, and we'll be here. Uh, in the meantime, thumbs up. Press it. Um, yeah, it was a good conversation, but whoa. In the comments, we have I've flown with both in my luggage and mailed weed. It says in the comments on your YouTube. Yeah, I haven't tried it. I was afraid. That's why I called the airport, and she told me specifically LAX and San Francisco won't have a problem, but taking it to other states, she said, I know you're gonna have a problem taking it across a border into another state and all that shit. And I was like, thank you. That's all I want to know. I'm asking for a friend.
Of course,
Yeah.
asking for a friend.
Oh man. But Mark has some articles here under rocket news, and we still haven't talked about rocket news, you know?
We have not.
And I see here it says rocket news, three articles. I don't want to jump into his articles if he's not ready because I don't understand them 100%. I just kind of read it and then you explain to me what I just read. Uh, yeah, yeah. But like I was saying, welcome back, Mark.
Yay. I feel
Everybody
much
out
better.
there.
And I got some Mountain Dew.
Nice.
Mhm.
Um, well, we've been waiting for you to get back, Mark, because rocket news. That's all you.
Oh, yeah. There's also rocket news. I had something else open here. So
Um,
there's a few things. Here, hold on. I collected a little bit.
I could go
Um,
first.
no, there's some I
Go
collected
ahead.
them into a little bit here. So
I see.
uh yeah, Rocket Lab is going to open an Alaska launch site with a $266 million Space Force deal. It's pretty, it seems like an odd location for a launch site.
Why is
But
that?
I mean, it's so far from the equator. You get the extra boost speed with from the Earth's rotation by launching closer to the equator. But I
Oh,
guess you're
I
not
didn't know
always
that.
going to be targeting an equatorial orbit, are you? Some of them
I
go,
don't even know what that is.
equatorial orbit would be going around the Earth in in a direction like in the same plane as it, well, how would I? Um,
Take
basically
your
you draw
time.
like take take
Take your
a
time.
take the equator, right, and just a flat plane through it, right? Um, orbiting on that flat plane, would be an equatorial orbit. Um, at and along the um, direction of the equator. Um, so from starting there, you get the speed of the Earth's rotation for free when you're trying to get up to orbital velocity. Um,
Mm.
but we'll see. Rocket Lab might have a
I won't
reason
be
for
going.
it.
I don't think I can go to those little rocket things. What is it? The people who go get to see outer space
Mm,
because of epilepsy disqualifies me.
does it? If I would
Yeah.
bet if you pay him enough money, I bet Jeff Bezos would make an exception.
Oh, okay. But without exceptions, yeah, I won't be
I don't
going
know.
to space
I think that I mean,
until Jeff
they are
Bezos. I got
paid.
$5.
They are paid rides. Basically, you buy a seat. Um,
Yeah, I
so
knew that, but we still can't
epilepsy
go with
does
epilepsy
epilepsy doesn't disqualify you from riding in an airplane. It disqualifies you from flying it.
from going. I think someone said going to space.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Anyhow, check it out. You might know better than me.
The Blue Origin little hop up and down thing on
I
the
don't
New
know.
Shepard. I wonder, but
Mm. Have you ever thought about going to space?
No, thank
No,
you.
well,
Mm.
yeah, but I've never been, um, I'm claustrophobic, so I wouldn't like it.
Mm.
I'll stay on the ground with my telescope, thank you.
You got a telescope?
Yeah, I got a big telescope. 10-inch equatorial mount, Newtonian reflector. I
I
I
don't
mean,
have
know what
no
any
idea
of
what
that
any of that
is.
means.
Yeah,
um, well, here, hold on. Let
please let me
me,
know. Sounds interesting, but yeah, but I don't know what it is. And you sounded interested in telling me.
so, well, the equatorial mount part basically means it's got a mount that um, when it is appropriately positioned and arranged, it will line up and be parallel with the equator, right? So that when you go and you turn the telescope on that point, on that mount plane, it's moving in the direction that the Earth is moving, and therefore is in sync with the stars' motion as they go through the sky. So you point the telescope at something, and then it's only a matter of rotating it about that equatorial mount in order to keep it in the telescope's field of view. Um,
Mm.
Let me see. Uh, yeah, I mean these days it's um way outdated. It's they use like digital automated systems to like just GPS location. It knows where it is. It'll know exactly where to go and point at anything and stuff. So my old telescope from high school is kind of obsolete at this point. Even though it's cool, it's big. Um, but we're also in too bright of an area here to make any use of it anyway. And there's too many trees around, too much stuff in the way, so I can't use it like I wish I could. But um, it exists. So yes, I have a telescope. Um, oh, here,
Um,
let me see.
are telescopes expensive?
It depends on how much you, how like what you want out of a telescope.
They can be very expensive.
Yeah. That, hold on. That is a 10-inch equatorial, or that is an equatorial mount. And that looks like approximately a 10-inch telescope on it, in that link in the chat there.
That's a very big telescope.
Yeah, yeah, it is pretty sizable. There's a lot of actually um, very serious astronomical work that has been done historically on telescopes way smaller than that even. So it's more than enough to satisfy the needs of a high school child. um, at the
You
edge
had
of
that
the
in high
Everglades.
school?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and by the Everglades there, it's the best, like dark night, dark sky. I mean, we were in Naples, so it was still a little bright, but Everglades right there, so it was really way better than here. Uh, I've got nowhere I can even set it up. There's trees in every direction everywhere I go, and screened in patio. Other than that, there's only like one spot I could basically look straight up, and so um, yeah. Right, where was I? So um, Rocket Lab will establish a new launch site in Alaska under a $266 million Space Force contract for up to 18 suborbital mission. Okay, that makes sense. Suborbital, that's why it's in Alaska, or why Alaska makes more sense. Expanding the company's role in military launch services as the Pentagon seeks more capacity for weapons testing. The contract, which marks the company's largest launch award to date, was awarded by Space System Command's Rocket Systems Launch Program and covers 12 launches with options for 6 additional missions. The first launch is scheduled no earlier than the end of 2026. That's pretty close, right? Pretty tight. The
Yeah.
contract was announced by the U.S. Space Force on July 21st. Rocket Lab confirmed July 27 the award will support the development of a new launch site at the Pacific Spaceport Complex in Kodiak, Alaska. Oh, is there already a complex there, I guess? Um, this will give the company a fourth launch site um, alongside its existing facilities in New Zealand and Virginia. So they got the whole world covered, basically, all over. The award further expands Rocket Lab's role in national security launches beyond its commercial satellite small satellite business. The company has increasingly positioned its electron-derived HASTE suborbital vehicle as a platform for hypersonic and missile defense testing, completing multiple missions for Pentagon customers in recent years. The Rocket Systems Launch Program provides responsive launch services for research, development, and operational test missions across the Defense Department. Announcement did not identify the payloads or specify which launch vehicle Rocket Lab will use. Of course, they're not going to talk about what they want to send up. The Pentagon never really tight-lipped or never really loose-lipped about all their stuff. Um, but yeah, blah blah blah, limited tests. So there we go. Rocket Lab going up to Alaska. Pretty pretty unexpected. Meanwhile, Blue Origin is testing New Glenn upper stages at Stennis. Um, Blue Origin will use NASA's Stennis Space Center to test New Glenn upper stages as it rebuilds its Cape Canaveral launch complex. Um, oh, that's the extent of the article. Oh, no, to continue reading this article, blah blah blah, they want me to pay. I don't want to pay. Sorry, everyone. All you're going to get to know is that New Glenn upper stages are getting tested at Stennis. That's all I get to know too. I'm not going to buy a subscription. Um, what else was there? There was more space.com, right? Exploring very low Earth orbit. The world's first air-breathing satellite thruster could soon get a test run, which that makes no sense. How can it breathe air and still be like, mm, yeah. By enabling satellites to lower, longer, and more efficiently, we are enabling higher resolution Earth observation, much better satellite communications, more responsive and accurate missions, and a more sustainable orbital infrastructure. A new way to move around Earth's outer atmosphere could soon get a field test. The Spanish company Krios Space plans to launch into orbit the world's first satellite that uses scooped up air to push it forward. The company announced on Tuesday, August 4th, which seems weird. Like,
It's gonna suck and blow at the same time.
suck and blow. Oh, it's whirling. Where was it called? Okay, technology Space has been developing is called air breathing electric propulsion. ABEP. I don't think that acronym is whatever. It relies on air sourced from Earth's atmosphere, which is then heated up, ionized, and expelled to generate thrust. This method will allow satellites in very low Earth orbit, the region from roughly 60 miles to 250 miles above our planet, to counteract atmospheric drag without the aid of liquid fuel. Krios is building the satellites that make sustained operations in very low Earth orbit possible. Krios Space CEO Adrian Sinar said in the August 4 announcement. By enabling satellites to fly lower, longer, and more efficiently, we are enabling a higher resolution Earth observation, much better satellite communications, more responsive and accurate missions, and a more sustainable orbital infrastructure, he continued. Krios chose Lithuanian-based Kongsberg Nanoavionics to provide the satellite bus that will carry the ABEP system into orbit for the test run. No. I closed it. Oh, wait, never mind. For the test run. Krios is tackling one of the most demanding operating environments in space, and this mission joins a very short list of European VLEO initiatives. They said, I don't want to try to pronounce that CEO's name, but the CEO said, our engineering team has worked closely with Krios to configure the MP42 satellite bus to the mission's specific requirements and support the integration of Krios technology. Krios Space did not give a target launch date for the mission in Tuesday's statement, saying that the company will launch it, quote, at a time when interest in and development of VLEO technologies has accelerated, but the company's website identifies 2027 as a notional target for its first space mission. What? Did not give a target launch date. It will launch at a time when interest in and development of. Sounds like they're just not ready. They don't want to admit they're ready or they're not ready. And he's just kind of blaming it all on the market. They're not interested enough. We will be ahead of the game, ahead of the time. We are too forward looking for the market to even be able to catch up with us. But once they catch up, we will be able to provide. I don't know. I think that's just corporate speak, whatever. Trying to drum up the venture capitalist investment. Satellites in low Earth orbit, or altitudes of roughly 100 miles to 1,200 miles, generally don't need constant propulsion. Usually, a small boost from traditional thrusters here and there is enough to keep a low Earth orbit satellite on the right track. To power the thrusters, these satellites usually have some form of fuel built in. VLEO works differently. It's low enough that there's still some atmosphere present, which generates drag on spacecraft. If you want a satellite to move around VLEO, it'll need to employ propulsion most or all of the time to counteract that drag. Any fuel that the satellite brings with it, therefore, won't last long. True. Plus, it's also additional weight that needs to be brought up with the satellite. If you can avoid that, there's a big positive there, right? You can build more satellites, send more of them up if there's less weight per satellite. If you're sending up constellations like everybody is these days, every company needs there's some sort of satellite constellation. Satellites in VLEO have a few advantages over those operating in LEO, like sharper imagery thanks to the closer vantage point. One of the biggest advantages is that VLEO is much less crowded. There are thousands of satellites in low Earth orbit, most of them SpaceX's Starlink broadband spacecraft, and the number is growing all the time. But VLEO has plenty of room. Gosh, let's just cloud up every level of orbit around this planet. Let's just make it all. Use it all. Any open space will fill. That's right.
Seems like what they're doing.
If ABEP technology works and companies start outfitting satellites with this new propulsion method, then we might start seeing satellites operate quite close to Earth, zooming through the atmosphere and using the air around it to stay on course. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, it's cool on the one hand, but then, yeah, getting down to the very end and that thought about I don't know, SpaceX is crowding up low Earth orbit so much. Um, and if it's getting to the point where they're saying it is so crowded that elbow room is an issue. We don't have enough room to put up more satellites, but there's plenty of room down just a little bit lower. That's gonna get filled up pretty quickly, pretty easily, eventually, right? It's
You would think.
mm,
Mm.
uh,
You got some other articles?
partial solar eclipse is approaching. Nearly 2.5 years
Ready one.
after space enthusiasts last saw a total solar eclipse, another it's on its way, allowing U.S. viewers to see a partial glimpse of the phenomenon. This year's eclipse falls on August 12th, today, allowing most people across Europe and in northwestern Africa to see the moon cover most of the sun. But for most people, including those in the United States, the moon will not completely block the sun, making this year's eclipse a partial, according to NASA. I did not know what time it was. I was able to see the lucky people in the United States able to view this solar eclipse include those from Alaska to North Carolina. Um, here. Um,
You guys
people
ever
in
seen an
Washington,
eclipse?
huh?
Nope,
Have you guys ever
not
seen an eclipse?
not yet.
Partials. Not, I have not
Just
seen a
partial.
total. Not, yeah,
It's
not a
very
total.
eerie.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
How so? Please explain.
It's really hard to explain. It's just like the whole light and everything just it changes and it's weird. Something you don't see otherwise. Like just
Everything gets
normally.
quiet. All the animals
Yeah.
don't know what the heck is happening. They all get quiet. Yeah.
I saw the
Mm.
one back in I think it was 2017. We drove several hours, if I remember right, to get to where it was going to be total. We took the kids and then drove another 4 hours back home. It was a long day, but it was very cool.
Just see the shadow snakes.
Shadow snakes? I don't know about shadow snakes.
you
Shadow
never heard of
snakes.
them?
Yeah. Hold on. Shadow snakes. They're a phenomenon that happens at like just at totality. The sun's um the sun's disk is blocked off, but the flaring around it is still occurring, and those cast shadows on the ground that like wiggle. Um,
I don't recall that.
Yeah, either. I was
yeah, it's
trying.
not
This wasn't coming to me. Mm.
shadow bands, I guess some call them. Yeah, thin wavy lines of alternating light and dark that can be seen moving and undulating in parallel on plain colored surfaces immediately before and after a total eclipse, caused by the refraction of Earth's atmospheric turbulence of the solar crescent as it thins to a narrow slit, which increasingly collimates the light. So it's all coming in the same line, same direction, and then the Earth's atmosphere wiggles it up. So reaching, yeah, collimates the light reaching Earth in the minutes just before and after the totality. So here, the Wikipedia article has a video up at the top of shadow bands um, that were recorded on the 2017 um,
How
the
often do
2017
those happen?
it's
Solar eclipses.
yeah, go to the Wikipedia article there, and that video they just put up a white like sheet or something, and there's yeah, these wiggling. It's not, yeah,
That is interesting.
it gets stronger as it gets closer to totality.
Mm.
It just, yeah, I had a coworker back in 2017 who took vacation time and left to go, I don't remember where it was he went, but he drove, um,
Did you go with them?
no, oh my gosh, yeah. The closer it gets to totality, the crazier they look.
You said he drove, but then you stopped talking and didn't explain
Yeah,
the
because
rest.
the video is getting so cool. I'm sorry. The shadow band video that is put up on Wikipedia has a really good example of it. Um, yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have put that on and watched it. But talking about the shadow bands, I gotta watch the shadow bands. There's if you search in YouTube also, there's a lot, no shortage of videos of shadow bands, shadow snakes, from the 2017 eclipse. There'll probably be a bunch more now that there's, you know, parts of Europe are getting the totality, so they're going to get shadow bands. So there's probably going to be new videos coming up on YouTube today. Um,
Mm. It should already be up because their moon already. The moon's already up there. It's like 1 in the morning there.
It would be happening in the middle of the day.
Oh, okay.
So I
Well, it'll
guess it
be
would be
like,
done then already, right?
yeah, that's what I was thinking. The middle of their
A
day
while,
is
while ago.
past.
Yeah. Yeah, you're
It's
right.
almost midnight there.
There should already be a whole bunch of brand new shadow ban
They went
videos.
to sleep when we're reading the story.
Yeah. Unless the
Um,
dates are like unless they're saying August 12th here, but it'll be August 13th over there, and it's because like right or no
they're
no
probably thinking, you stinking Americans.
that's just yeah whatever. Somehow I think the rest of the world probably doesn't think about America as much as we think they do.
Yeah, I know that. That's probably true.
We're not, maybe, just maybe we're not as important as we think.
Right.
But
They stopped paying attention to us. Uh,
yeah, all our nonsense. We've been,
We certainly
yeah,
have our
they're,
fair share of nonsense.
yeah, they're like, we got enough shit going on. Listen to what's going on over there. Because right now, yeah. Press that thumbs up for you guys out there watching us.
mm.
However many people out there. Um, I got another article though. I've been waiting. I'm holding it. You ready for me, Mark?
Stars twinkle. The same reason that stars
There you
twinkle
go.
is what the yeah shadow bands are produced by the same phenomenon that causes stars to twinkle. Their starlight is like basically a point of light, and it's traveled so long so far that it's basically all photons traveling in a singular parallel direction, right? So that's what they mean when it says collimated light. Co as
So
in together, and
what's
lam
the
as in this line, laminar, same plane line.
um
So
Mark, one
when
second. You said something inside of a single proton. What's a proton? Just
a photon,
what's a photon?
is, oh, we're getting into quantum physics here, man. A photon is a point of light, basically, a packet of light.
Oh, I was gonna say, because where do I get one? But obviously, now that you say that, I can't get a photo.
Everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And what is a photon, even, is a very, very good question. It's a question that a lot of the smartest people in the world have not been able to answer in a nice, very satisfactory, clean, easy way for so long. And even now, it still causes a lot of, a lot of discomfort, a lot of disagreement. Is light a wave or is light a particle? So when I say a photon is a particle of light, that's only part of the picture, right? We can't,
Um,
because light also behaves as a wave, right? Light has a frequency. That's
like the
where
one when
all
I
these
turn the switch
colors,
on.
that's where all these colors come from, right? Blue is higher frequency, red is lower frequency. The visible spectrum that we see, red, green, blue. So the blue goes up to violet, and if there's light frequencies above and beyond that, right? Below red, we get infrared, then, radar, or microwave, radio wave frequencies. The lower and lower you get in frequency. Higher frequencies, you go up, you get red, green, blue, indigo, violet. Beyond violet, you get ultraviolet, right? Very creative. Beyond ultraviolet, you get X-rays. Beyond X-rays, you get cosmic rays, gamma rays. And then basically you just, the line of frequency goes all the way up basically to infinity. And, that's gamma rays, basically. The highest energy particles or wave particles of light possible. But how can, okay, frequency is a property of a wave, right?
Preach.
Or a periodic something, right? In order to have a frequency, it has to be something that is recurring. But how can a particle, right? A particle. Let's call this my little
I
marble guy.
doubt
Let's
I
call
know
this
the answer to
particle,
that
right?
question.
Right. Well, no, I just rhetorical, right? I don't
Yeah,
know
I
what,
got
but
you.
I had my little marble here. We'll call this. This is a little better. 3D. We'll call this a particle, right? Of light. How can this have a frequency? This one particle packet of light. If this was the light coming from, because we know that light can travel as particles, as packets like that. But then it has a frequency. How can it have a frequency if there is a singular like contained
So
definitely
you
kitty?
so you took
Oh,
quantum physics in college?
no. I took physics in college, physics one, physics two. I self-educated on quantum physics when I was in high school. But I didn't go deep. I didn't go into the math and everything. But this is all kind of, I don't know. This is not um I don't know. This is not even quite at the point of quantum physics yet, sort of. These were tests that were being done back in the late 1800s. Scientists were arguing, is light a particle? And there was a camp that said, yes, there are these measurable attributes that we see um, that are properties of a particle, and we see these associated with light. And then there was another camp that said light is a wave. Light has, waves have these particular attributes that we see associated with light here. So which camp was right? There was no definitive answer one way or the other. So what settled the um, the question? Hold on. What settled the question was what's called the double slit experiment. Um, so,
Two slits?
huh?
I said two slits.
Two slits, double slit.
Nice.
So, um, yeah, you have a wall or yeah, something, right? And in that wall, you put two small slits parallel to each other. And then beyond that, you have a screen of some sort or detector. Um, and so on one side of that, you have a light emitter. I'm not going to say photon emitter because we don't know if light is a particle. I'm not going to say wave emitter because we don't know if light's a wave. but it is emitting light. And we've set up this device in such a way that it is emitting light all in one single parallel direction. So, yeah, when the particle is okay, if it's coming up, how do I explain this? You see, I wasn't prepared to be explaining this off the top of my head. I'm gonna go back.
I got an article here.
No. I'm gonna go back over here. I'm gonna just read the AI overview because I can't recount this off the top of my head. But basically, is light a wave? Yes. Is light a particle? Yes. Are they the same thing? No. Is light both of them at the same time? Yes. Um, so yeah, the double slit experiment is a foundational demonstration in physics showing that light and matter can display characteristics of both classical particles and waves, concept known as wave-particle duality. When particles or waves pass through two narrow slits onto a back screen, they create this behavior patterns that reveals the probabilistic nature of quantum mechanics, right? Which sounds technical, but what wave? Okay, how the experiment works is first off, in a wave, a continuous wave like water or light, when it passes through those two slits, it'll be split by the slits, and then that wave will propagate again past that barrier through those two slits, and then you will have two wave sources coming out on the other side of those, um, and then those waves will interfere with each other, right? You'll get some of them will add up and you'll get bigger waves. Some of them will interfere and eliminate each other. So if light behaves as a wave, you will see an interference pattern that looks like basically a series of stripes. If it's classical particle like tiny bullets or tiny grains of sand or the little marble that I threw at Kitty, you'll expect them to line up in two straight, neat piles behind the slits. So what actually happening when scientists fire quantum particles such as individual photons or electrons one at a time through the slits, each arrives at the back screen at a single pinpoint hit, right? One photon at a time, and it goes through one slit or the other slit. Either way, but you get 1 point, one dot, right? If it was a wave, it would not be that one dot, right? So that was pretty definitive. One particle, first particle, one dot. There, it's a particle. And then you emit more particles. And they should just, the one side or the other side, depending on how far they go. And you would get two straight lines right next to each other on the detector. But this is where the quantum nature, the weirdness of quantum mechanics comes in. There's what they call the observer effect. The moment a measurement tool or
You have to ask
detector.
for it.
Hmm?
Huh? Huh? Oh, just go ahead.
The moment a measurement tool or detector is placed at the slits to check which specific path or slit an individual particle takes, the wave-like interference pattern completely vanishes, and instead the particles revert to classical behavior and form two simple bands behind the slits. So it's yeah, here, let me see if the marker. Oh, there's my marble. My particle. Okay, where did my, let's see if my mark. So if yeah, we have the detector, and it's okay. If we look at it from top down, we've got the detector, and we've got the blocker, we've got the light emitter, right? And so that emits light straight, perfectly parallel as much as possible. And then there's two parallel slits in that detector right there. Oh, that's too close to each other. Okay, there. So there's two parallel slits cuts through that right there. So if light is a particle, it will go through, slit or the slit, and you'd end up with on the detector here what looks like just either one line or the other line. Gosh, right. Um, if it was a wave, it would produce an interference pattern. So something like that, and then fainter, fainter. Right, where the peaks of one wave add up with the peak of another wave, and that makes a bigger point, or the peak of one wave adds up with the trough of another wave and they eliminate each other, so you get the peaks and troughs in a interference pattern. So this is what a wave looks like when it goes through a double slit. So if you replicate this using water, and you have something like this here, and you create a wave right there, you drop something, and that wave moves through two little openings in a block like that, then it would create that interference pattern that would hit this wall with something like that in terms of um the waves. So when
Physics.
yeah, when they
Physics
fire
101, you guys.
oh, this isn't 101, this was physics 2. Um when they fired the electrons one at a time at the um, detector, it produced an interference pattern, right? So it's a wave, right? Light's a wave. That explains why we have colors that we can see, because light has different frequency. It propagates like a wave. And that fits with the math. It makes sense. It looks good. Right. So what happens when you put a detector at one of these slits and just detect to see is there photon going through it or not? Yes or no, basically, right? And if you force that um at this location, detect, is it going through here or not, then what you get is, instead of the interference pattern, you get the particles. So if you leave it alone, if you don't have a detector there, light behaves like a wave, and which they treat statistically, mathematically, they treat it like a probabilistic. How likely is it that the particle is in a location or not? And it's basically just a big field of probability, like a soup sort of how likely is it to be in any given location at any given point in time. And then as soon as you turn on a detector and measure, is it going through there or not, that probabilistic wave, the probability collapses down to either 100 or 0, because you're looking at it there and it's either triggered there or not. So as soon as you turn on that detector, it forces the light to stop behaving like a wave. You don't get the interference pattern there anymore, and light behaves exactly like a particle would. Why? But that's what happens. That's what, so people say quantum mechanics is crazy. Quantum, it messes with your head. The
I was just gonna
universe is
say it makes
way,
my brain hurt.
yeah, the universe is way weirder than any of us realize. It's crazy. I mean, science fiction writers couldn't have come up with anything weirder than that. And that was what the scientists were finding out and detecting back when was the double slit experiment first? It's over a century ago at this point.
Where do they get these names from?
The double slit experiment comes from having two
Two slits,
slits
of course.
next to each other. But here, if you look up the double slit experiment on Wikipedia, they've got an excellent example of the interference pattern that you would see. That's right up top, a green laser passing through two slits 0.1 millimeter wide and 0.4 millimeters apart. And you can see the parallel lines and stuff. But if they put a photon detector at one of those slits, it would behave like a particle, and you just get points. 1927. There we go. 100 years ago. Almost exactly a century. Ah, how's that for guesstimation? Yeah, so photons are not unique in this behavior either. Light behaves like this. Um, Electrons behave like this. Well, I mean, yeah. Electrons, yeah, electromagnetism, light, yeah, light is a form of electromagnetism. So that's why yeah, or behaves as I don't know how would I have to put that in order to be most precise and not have somebody be able to call me out. I don't know. But yeah, I need to see. I have a hat toy somewhere that it was like a laser cat toy, and I could see some like this little dial that would rotate, and you could have like a little smiley face or a heart or whatever, and a couple different shapes on the of with the light of the laser. And I noticed double slit interference pattern at the edges of a couple of those those little shapes because they were putting basically a they were running double slit experiment in front of the laser in order to get it to project, star or smiley. They were putting that in front of the already existing collimated laser beam. Lasers are by definition collimated light of a very, precise frequency. Um, so yeah, um, it's
Yeah.
it's
You
it's
taught me
crazy.
some stuff that I might not use, but it was interesting to know.
It's
I
fun to
got that
learn.
in there.
It's fun to learn stuff, even if it never becomes useful. But you
How
never
often do
know
you
if
use
it
that?
even you never know if it might become useful. So best to collect all knowledge possible just in case.
How often do you use physics on a day-to-day basis?
I mean, life itself requires physics just by
Just
definition
living? Yeah,
to
all right, I
function.
got you.
Yeah. Um, the all of the universes. Yeah, actually, there's a quote by physicist Niels Bohr, developer of the Bohr model of the atom, by the way. For any chemistry fans out there, haha. Um, yeah, the Bohr model of the atom is what you see when people, like the um, IEC or whatever, when they show a nice, like, I just put away my marker too. And then they show like a proton, neutron. Yeah, let's give it two protons. And then what? Electron, electron in the orbit, right? Yeah, rotating around, nice and clean, nice, easy to identify. Pinpoint. There's the electron. There's the other electron, right? Um, that's not the way it works. It's just this big fuzzy hazy cloud of anything goes at different energy levels. Um, and who knows where the hell an electron is until you bother to try to measure it. And why the hell does it even matter where it is? Well, it doesn't care where it, yeah. The electron doesn't care to be in any specific in like location unless somebody forces it to, right? So it's just this big hazy field of probability, high probability around here, low probability way out here, but sometimes it is way out there. You never know. You never know where you can catch your electron um, when you're what hydrogen, what this would be helium atom, two
You
protons.
know what I was thinking when I started seeing you clear off the areas around it? I wouldn't even know what that was right there. I'd probably wipe over it. That is, it has the whole story that you just explained. Uh, yeah, that would have been something I didn't even know it was math or physics. I would just walk in the room. All right, and that's someone's work right there. Good
I
to know,
mean,
Mark. I
they're
might use
they're
it one day.
it's you never know when you might find yourself on a trivia team saving the day at the end of, down at the final hour. Who was the inventor of the first model of the, atom and its nucleus with
I'm gonna call
electrons
you.
orbiting around?
Even
Um,
if that information is in my head, there's no way I would be able to recall it when needed.
Right.
Well,
Just in case.
still what? It's still good to have. I
You
don't
never
care. I'm
have too
going to give
much
it to you
knowledge.
anyway. Take that. You're informed now.
Um,
What are you going to do about it?
I'll try to remember. It's unlikely, but I'll try.
I got something for you.
Mm,
Been waiting for this one.
Is
Says,
this the dick
"J-
article?
it's coming.
oh, really?
Unintended.
We've had
Anyhow,
we've had plenty of dick articles already, or not dick articles, but there's been plenty of dick talk already.
anyhow, in quote,
Itchy.
Jim penis is real, says the
What?
nurse. Why it happens and when to see a professional. It's the opposite of the in quote pump. Summer's in full swing and men are looking for any way to get bigger, from a good long gym session to a below the belt enhancement. But unlike increased blood flow, uh, gym goers feel after lifting weights, in quote, gym penis may leave men with an unwanted post gym surprise. If they want to get bigger, men turn to peptides to stimulate muscle growth, uh, or to a plastic surgeon for filler injections to increase girth. I didn't know that was a thing. Um, anyhow, however, the
You
former,
sound intrigued.
believe me, I am.
He's gonna go look into it after the show.
No,
Immediately.
no, not for me though. I mean, I'm not looking for anybody else,
Who-
but I didn't know it
That's what
was a
I was gonna say.
thing.
Not for
Who are
you,
you
not for
looking
anybody
for?
else either. So wait, so who's it for then?
I don't know, but
Oh,
anyhow, I'm gonna keep reading it, and it said, however, the former may cause a decrease in size, albeit temporarily. Colloquially, is that what it says?
colloquially.
Colloquially called the in quote gym penis or in quote gym dick. The phenomenon refers to the shrinkage that occurs after a workout session, according to Chris Bustamante, an aesthetic nurse practitioner and the founder of Lushful Aesthetics. In quote, many men experience some degree of temporary retraction while working out, but the amount varies dramatically, Bustamante said. Some barely notice it, others may feel like they are turtling, where the penis retracts into the body. I haven't heard that before. Turtling, that's the first. Oh,
They used that term in Always Sunny in Philadelphia
I
when
didn't watch that.
the episode and
uh,
I'm forgetting which episode it was, but yeah,
come back to me with
Charlie,
that. I'll finish
Charlie,
this.
yeah,
It says the
it
shrinkage is
wasn't
only
in this.
temporary.
Oh, okay, whatever. Yeah,
The
whatever.
shrinkage is only temporary, though, as it is the result of redirected blood flow to the muscles, heart, lungs, and skin during a workout. And certain workouts can also cause the body's, in quote, fight or flight system to become more active, such as cardio, intense lifting, or high adrenaline exercises. Once your body cools down, your nervous system settles, and your blood flow redistributes, the penis typically returns to its usual flaccid appearance, Bustamante explained. For most men, that can happen within minutes to an hour after working out. But the process may take longer if you're dehydrated, anxious, overstimulated from caffeine or pre workout, cold, or had an intense session. While there's no physical damage from, in quote, gym penis, Bustamante said, there may be psychological side effects. Wow. In quote, the psychological side effect is where it can matter, he said. Some men may feel embarrassed, avoid locker rooms, compare themselves to others, or worry that something is wrong with them. The anxiety can become a bigger issue than the temporary retraction itself. And while no physical harm typically comes with it, there are some signs to keep an eye out for. Any persistent changes in sizes, new erectile dysfunction, pain, curvature, numbness, and urinary symptoms should be evaluated by medical professional. Overall, men shouldn't be too worried or anxious if they notice a change in their package, as it normally as it's normally temporary and harmless. End quote. The biggest point is that flaccid size is extremely variable, often misunderstood, both Bustamante said. Men should not judge their size or sexual health based on what they see in the gym or in the locker room after a workout. That is all the article. Um, yeah.
I shouldn't be dick looking in the locker room anyway. That's
Right.
just kind of like uncouth. You
Oh
know?
man.
It's like staring at your neighbor at the urinal.
Yeah. Taking the urinal directly next to him and then like looking over.
I, have,
How you
I
doing?
haven't
How you
had
doing over there?
I haven't had anybody look, but I've had somebody talking to me, and I'd be like, I would start to think like, why are you having a conversation?
Nobody
Uh,
talks in the men's room. What the hell? Get the hey again.
he
Yeah.
was right next to me. He wasn't looking over the thing, but he was right next to me and
Yeah.
talking to me, and I'm like,
Mm.
What was he
okay,
talking about?
the garbage can was spilled by the door, and how there's puddles of footsteps and shit like that. But I was just like, bruh, I didn't say nothing. I just let him finish, and I just took off, washed my hands, and got out of there. But yeah, I've had somebody talk to me, but not look at me. Then we might have a problem
That you knew of.
that I know of. Oh man, now you got me thinking. That I remember. That didn't happen. Mm-mm-mm.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
so
article makes sense if you're exercising and all the blood's going to all of your muscles and vital organs. Your body probably doesn't consider your penis a vital organ that needs maximum blood flow at that moment.
Yes,
yeah,
that is not the workout it has been undergoing.
right. um, I got another article here that Andrea posted. It says 16 children found in deplorable conditions at Ohio home as 4 adults plead not guilty.
For
Did you add
adult.
that to the chat Andrea's looking at?
I think I did. I don't remember it all of it. Go
Okay.
for it.
Says authorities
Refresh my
arrested
memory.
4 adults. Okay. Authorities arrested 4 adults on felony child endangerment charges after finding 16 children on Tuesday who needed urgent medical treatment. I hate when they do stuff like that to the children, but I'll keep reading. 4 adults were arraigned Wednesday on felony child endangerment charges a day after authorities found 16 children ages 18 months to 18 years in a rural southeastern Ohio home in need of urgent medical treatment. The 4 adults, Gary Siders Jr., Gary Siders Sr., Christina Siders, and Elizabeth Siders, were each charged with 16 counts of child endangerment, one for each child, officials said. They pleaded not guilty at their arraignments Wednesday morning, where the judge set their bond at $300,000. Wow. Vinton County
Hope
prosecutor.
it's 300,000
Wo-
each because they
yeah,
need to be
it is
locked
the
up.
300,000 bond for each of them.
Yeah.
So I'll keep going.
Mhm.
Benton County prosecutor William Archer described the case as an intra-family situation involving a grandmother, a grandfather, a mother, and a father. The Ohio Bureau of Investigation and local sheriff's department search warrant to home in Hampden, where they were down the children in what Ohio Attorney General Andy Wilson described as deplorable conditions at a news conference on Tuesday. Conditions cannot even imagine people being in, let alone children being in, Wilson said at a Tuesday news conference. Their medical condition was so severe that the number of concern of our law enforcement who were there at the scene was getting medical treatment, getting them to safety to the point where they literally, their lives were in danger at the time. Wow. Wilson said a parallel investigation unrelated to the 16 children led law enforcement to a home. Hamden, a village of fewer than 800 residents, is about 60 miles southeast of Columbus. Two of the children were airlifted to level 1 trauma centers because of the severity of their injuries, Wilson said. This is pure evil, he added. Wilson commended law enforcement officers for going into what he described as, in quote, one of the worst environments he has ever seen in his career. In quote, justice will be served for these kids, he said Tuesday, noting that it is not a human trafficking situation. Um, that isn't even the end. I thought it was over. Anyhow, at a news conference Wednesday, providing updates, Wilson said children appeared like they almost feral animals. Benton County Sheriff Ryan Kane said authorities were struggling to communicate with the children, contributing to their lack of information on the case. In quote, they can communicate, but it's extremely limited, and some not at all, Kane said. Acts where Acts where Elizabeth Siders had given birth to any of these children and whether investigators believe she's a victim. The sheriff declined to comment, saying, in quote, this is still part of an ongoing investigation. They always say that. Anyhow, Archer, the local prosecutor, said authorities believe the 18-year-old has a developmental disability. In quote, she couldn't even spell her name as she is developmentally still a minor. He said on Wednesday. Authorities previously said the four individuals were not from the area and appeared to have been traveling, but officials said Wednesday they had been living in Vinton County for 4 years. If you suspect child abuse, call the National Child Abuse Hotline at 1-800-4-A-CHILD or 1-800-422-4453 or go to www.childhelp.org. All the calls are toll free and confidential. The hotline is available 24/7 in more than 170 languages. That's all.
$16 kids.
What?
Uh, yeah. And
That's a
possibly that lady had them all.
right. That's just
Whoa. Yeah. Look up the mugshots.
This is on July
Booking
1st of
photos.
this year.
The,
Booking
yeah,
photos.
they're like
Mm.
it's like meth is a hell of a drug, and this looks like
that's
proof. That's what this looks like to me.
Yeah, did you see the
I
picture of her?
yeah. It's
Uh,
it's just deplorable is a good way to put it.
And yeah, and amphetamine
Another
psychosis can result in some unimaginable violence. Just
mm,
another article on the same subject said that all of the 16 children were largely confined to a 12-foot by 12-foot room and almost looked like feral animals.
mm. Yeah, they got a picture here of the
7 of the
mom and the
children.
dad.
Situation being protected. Yeah.
Here's an update after that
They
article.
were clearly adept at keeping these kids out of sight and out of investigative eyes, he said. Children were not enrolled in school. The eldest child included among the charges because 18-year-old is believed to be developmentally still a minor. Yeah, you said that already. They described the condition of the house as disgusting, including the presence of human feces, and said the children were largely confined to a small area. Quote, most of our livestock is kept in better condition than the children, Kane said during Wednesday's briefing.
I just don't understand how people can do that to children or anyone for
I
that matter,
mean,
but especially children.
the fact that they said that it was not, they were not investigating them for this came up out of a parallel investigation, right? So that's what I'm thinking. Those mug shots, those faces, it looks like they were probably being investigated for making,
Drugs.
transporting, delivering meth in some form or another at some level of the distribution chain. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
the mug shots are wild. They look like they haven't been outside in a while.
they
Seem light.
look like the type of people you would call child protective services on. Even
But his
without saying.
father was there and his mother was there, I believe they said.
I think
Yeah.
I
Just
saw something in
You
one of
see
the
there,
articles that said that
see
people
there,
weren't even aware there were kids there.
yeah, they
wait,
were
the
adept at
grandparents
keeping.
weren't aware?
Not the
No, the
grandparents, but
grandparents
like
were.
neighbors.
The
Oh,
grandparents were in on it. The grandparents were arrested with them. See, the grandparents, they look almost, well, they look crazier than the parents do.
I didn't see a picture of
Granddad's
them.
eyes just like pointing off to the side. They look, yeah.
Um,
Uh,
yeah, they
Here's
got
another
some
one. It says
updates on.
dad was accused of exposing himself 4 times outside the home where the 16 kids live like feral animals. That could have what led to the investigation.
that might start some police curiosity.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I want to know what that parallel investigation was about, but obviously they're not going to be talking about it now. We'll know
No, there's some.
eventually. No?
No, I was gonna say there's some article updates here. Newer than
Yeah.
I don't know how new that article is you had, but
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
the one I
Yeah,
the one I
here,
originally read was on
I was looking at
July
this
1st, I
one.
believe.
That one there I dropped in the chat. That's got the grandparents' mugshots too. They look crazier than the parents.
It's
I
funny
mean,
when you say that. Makes me want to go look, but
yeah, look, the grandparents.
I wish I could send this
Grand,
link to them. Maybe I
yeah,
Yeah.
can.
ABC7 article. Anybody who goes and does a Google search, ABC7, adults arrested, 16 children found deplorable conditions. That should get you to the article.
I'm gonna post it in the chat for him.
Yeah, Gary Snyder's the second who was arrested amid. Oh, so he was named after Granddad,
Yeah,
carrying on the legacy. Wait, so
yeah. If you
he's
guys wanna,
arrested amid a raid to remove his 16 children from the home. He's requesting a competency evaluation from House. Yeah, dad, Ohio dad, whose 16 children were rescued from House of Horrors, may not be mentally competent to stand trial, lawyer says. Well, of course the lawyer will try the insanity deal, right? What sane person would do this?
Right.
But yeah, so new details are being revealed about the father of 16 children who were found confined to a single room inside an Ohio house of horrors. An attorney for Gary Siders II has filed a motion with the court suggesting his client may not be fit to stand trial. Quote, defendant's competency to stand trial has been raised, and the documents at issue concern defendant's present mental condition and request for psychiatric examination. Attorney R. Lee Roberts wrote in a motion for leave filed on January 24 and obtained by People. Roberts also requested in his motion that he be allowed to file the documents supporting his request for an evaluation under seal because, quote, they contain highly sensitive mental health information or information directly reflecting Gary II's psychiatric condition. Yeah, I wonder if Granddaddy did to him what he's been doing to these kids, and if he's messed up for it. And they want to
It
say
sounds like
PTSD and all that stuff made him like never grow up to be a competent adult.
Um, how old is the article that you have?
It's the one you just sent. Like it's published July 24th.
Oh, okay, because the first article I had was on July 1st. So that's the update.
Mm, yeah. Roberts also requested, okay, that he psychiatric condition. The move is to restrict The move to restrict public access to these records comes on the heels of Roberts' July 14 request for a gag order, arguing that it is necessary to keep the details of his client's case under seal in order to protect his right to a fair trial. I mean, anybody in the state of Ohio, any person in the possible potential juror pool who hears about this at any level, to any degree, will be prejudiced against him. So I can understand that argument.
Um,
Not that I like the guy, I'm just saying. But
um,
Gary the second, 36, age 36, is charged with 16 counts of child neglect after his 16 children found packed into a single room of his home, quote, covered in bugs and squatting with a, quote, distant look in their eyes, according to Ohio Attorney General Andy Wilson. That raid and the arrest of Gary II, his wife, Elizabeth Siders, and his parents, Christina Siders and Gary Siders Sr., happened on June 30 in Hamden, a village 75 miles south of Columbus. That is the same day. That is the same day public indecency charges were formally filed against him, and the same day that the local sheriff's office was approved to serve a summons to him at his residence. He is charged with 4 misdemeanor counts in that case. The case does note that all 4 counts pertain to an alleged violation of an Ohio code that forbids recklessly exposing a person's private parts. Gary had been due to appear in a court for a hearing those charged on July 20th, but the hearing was moved back to August 13th. He remains in southeastern Ohio Regional Jail where he is being held on a $300,000 bond.
Okay. 3 days after that article was dropped, there's an
There's
update
another
for
one.
him, and
He
also
was
there's
under
one for
influence
her.
of alcohol/drugs when he was arrested. How is
Yeah.
that not surprising? Oh, he was fucked up when police showed up?
Big
Did you want me
shocker.
to read the? Did you want me to read it, or you want to read it?
Which, I don't know. Is that the one you were talking? Is that
Yeah,
what you
there's
were?
an update, and then there's a newer one that's closer to us 7 days ago, to where the girl, she's I'm not gonna say plead insane, but she's like
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah,
And
of
she
called
had a
course.
defensive
condition
Okay.
stance,
that
right?
made her legally insane. That came out
Wait.
7 days
Oh,
ago.
okay. Yeah. Let's see what they're. No, people, I don't want to sign up. Um, Wait, is this the same here? Okay, mom of 16 kids. Excuse me.
That's the most recent one. Uh, yeah, the other article was just saying that the dad was high. Uh, he was unable to do right, I guess. He didn't know right from wrong, is what they're saying. Are you gonna read this, or you gonna let me
For
read it?
the entire 18 years, ever since their first child was born and proceeding through their entire marriage and every single child, every pregnancy, every child never knew right from wrong. That seems like a pretty high bar to set, to prove
It's a lot of
not
home
knowing,
births.
yeah, not knowing that, um, uh, you know, not sending your kids to school and keeping them closed and together in a single bedroom, um, and allowing them to become covered in bugs and feces and just leaving them there, out of sight, out of mind.
Mhm.
That's a high bar to show that that even that isn't. I mean, but there are some people, who don't have the capacity to um, make moral judgments like that, who still have the capacity to impregnate people or be impregnated. Wait, if she is mentally competent. Okay, mentally competent. I was going to say, or, I mean, just because they're married doesn't mean that she's, you know, I don't know.
Mhm.
So the
Oh,
lawyer for the mother of 16 children rescued from an Ohio house of horrors is requesting an evaluation of her mental competence. Uh, Elizabeth, 33, is in custody at the Vinton County Jail on a $300,000 bond after being charged with 16 counts of child neglect for each 16 counts for each of her children,
yes.
or so
Guessing it's
16
one charge
counts.
per child.
Okay, yeah, because I was going to say 16 counts for each of her 16 children would be like
That's what it
what,
says.
200 something? It's almost 300
16
counts.
counts
I
for
think
each of her children.
they meant to say 16 counts of child neglect, comma, one for each of her children, comma, whose ages
Yeah.
range from 18 months to 18 years. I think that's what they meant to say. But apparently, people.com does not hire the best editors.
Punctuation is bad.
It's important, people. It helps in readability. You'd think there's a bit high
Go ahead,
profile
Mark.
outlet like that could at least, you know, let Microsoft Word highlight the grammar errors. This doesn't make sense. Ohio Attorney General Andy Wilson said at a press conference on July 1st that all 16 children were largely contained, excuse me, largely confined to a 12-foot by 12-foot room inside the home and, quote, looked almost like feral animals. Her attorney, J. Thomas Stoley, is now questioning if Elizabeth is fit to stand trial on those charges in a motion obtained by People. In his motion, Stoley is requesting that a, quote, formal evaluation be conducted in order to determine whether Elizabeth is competent at this time to stand trial to the offenses as charged herein. I mean, it sounds like pretty much standard operating procedure, right? At this point. He then goes on to request a second evaluation of his client that should the judge approve his motion and the first evaluation determine that is that wait. He then goes on to request a second evaluation of his client should the judge approve his motion and the first evaluation determine that Elizabeth is fit to stand trial. Does that make sense? He then goes on to request a second evaluation of his client, comma, should the judge approve his motion, comma, and the first evaluation determined that Elizabeth is fit to stand trial. People, use your commas.
Punctuations.
Ah, this sentence, we could have just breezed past that sentence if they just punctuated. That evaluation would be, quote, to determine if she is not guilty by reason of insanity because she was suffering from a condition which would produce legal insanity at the time of the alleged offenses, according to the motion. In a memorandum of support that accompanies his motion, Stoley writes that he has met with Elizabeth, quote, on numerous occasions and for extended periods, and that he has been able to, quote, he has been able, quote, to observe her demeanor and conduct and comprehension. As a result of those interactions, Stoley writes that he believes Elizabeth, quote, may be suffering from significant mental health issues and that her, quote, competency may be an issue and a clear impediment to her ability to assist in her own defense. Stoley also notes that because his client has not yet been indicted, he does not have all the facts, evidence, or circumstances surrounding the case or her arrest. A similar motion was previously filed by the attorney representing Elizabeth's husband and the father of 16 children, Gary Siders. Yep. Elizabeth has given birth to at least 18 children and delivered twins in each of her last 4 pregnancies. What? Wow. Okay, so how last 4
Where are the other two
pregnancies had
kids?
twins. 18. So then 18 children would mean only 10 pregnancies. Wow.
Where are the rest of the kids? It
Yeah.
says she'd
4
given
sets
birth
of
to
twins.
18.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Her last 4
Had
children they said
twins
were
in
twins.
Yeah, twins in February 2022, then gave birth to conjoined twins in November 2022 who did not survive. Wow. She first had twins in February 2022, then gave birth to conjoined twins in November 2022 who did not survive.
Mm.
So they
Back to
went at
back.
it immediately. How did she even have time to heal? Like what the hell?
Probably not,
Followed again by
but
twins in both January 2024 and January 2025, which was the date of her most recent known birth, live birth.
Home birth
Home birth.
is
Well,
what strikes me.
known, yeah, known birth, live. I don't know. They should get some cadaver dogs in that backyard, man. I wouldn't. I wouldn't put it past people like that to just bury it in the backyard, move on, right?
Are you gonna read that last little chunk?
Oh, wow. I didn't even see it. Elizabeth gave birth to the oldest child rescued from the House of Horrors when she was just 15, 3 months after she married a then 18-year-old Gary in West Virginia, Gary II. Stolia said that he is still working to determine if Elizabeth is a victim in this case. If you suspect child abuse, call the Child Help National Help Child Abuse Hotline. Yes, 1-800-4A-CHILD or 1-800-422-4453. Or go to childhelp.org. Free confidential hotline available 24/7. So, want to make
Where's this
sure.
at? Ohio?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, still working to determine if she is a victim in this case. Which parents are they living with? Was it
I believe it's his parents.
his
Well,
parents? So
they
that's
have
not
his last name.
his last
Well,
name. She was 15 and pregnant
that's already a crime
when he,
because the age of
not in every
consent in,
in
yeah, well,
Ohio.
I looked it up. It said she gave birth at the age of 15 in West Virginia. The age of consent in West Virginia is 16, and it is also the age of consent in Ohio. So if she gave birth at the age of 15, that's already statutory rape at the very least.
But at that
Yeah.
time, he was also under
He was an
18.
adult.
He
Says
said he
she
was
was eight.
18 when she gave birth. That doesn't mean he was 18 when he impregnated her, and that's where the statutory rape draws the line. It's a whole weird, fuzzy thing, and the lawyers will figure out a way to blur that line.
I'm sure.
But
Still, 15-year-old should have babies.
I
Right.
mean,
She's a
if you think
victim.
about it, it's a high senior getting high sophomore pregnant. That's not that far out of the realm of, you know,
Oh, I know it happens all the time, but it
yeah,
still doesn't make it right.
yeah, and it definitely doesn't go on to produce a minimum of 18 pregnancies and children that
Right.
are locked up in a 12 by 12 room.
Uh,
Did they? Oh,
uh, Andrea, that salmonella jalapeno ones we never talked about, right?
I don't remember.
Yeah, because I don't think we talked
yeah,
about it.
I don't think we
we
talked about
haven't
it
yet.
live, but
We have not yet spoken about the profuse watery diarrhea going on around this country,
Yeah, you ready for
and we
that?
need to.
explosive.
Explosive,
Explosive,
profuse,
leaky,
watery diarrhea.
leaky too.
Mm. The soupy poopies, as I say.
Anyhow, let me start this article. It says a 3-minute read. Salmonella outbreak linked to jalapenos expanded to 27 states. Chipotle and Qdoba.
Qdoba.
Okay, well, hey, I said it right. I read it. Qdoba say they have removed the jalapenos from their restaurants. I agree with you guys. Federal health officials are investigating a salmonella outbreak tied to the jalapenos that has sickened 345 people in 27 states. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said Wednesday the jalapenos were supplied by California-based Coast citrus distributors and sourced from Mexico. The CDC said they were served at Chipotle, Qdoba, and other restaurants. Minnesota and Colorado account for the vast majority of the cases, with 110 each. Illinois has reported 30 cases, Kansas with 13 cases. The remaining states are Alabama, Arkansas, California, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Michigan, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Virginia, Washington, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. 36 people have been hospitalized, the CDC said. No deaths have been reported. Chipotle said Tuesday that it had removed jalapenos from its menu, end quote, out of an abundance of caution. On Wednesday, Qdoba said it had, end quote, proactively removed the jalapenos from all of their restaurants. The CDC said there's no ongoing risk at either restaurant because the jalapenos were removed from their menus. Coast Citrus Distributors has agreed to issue a recall. The CDC said the Food and Drug Administration said it began investigating, in quote, multiple ingredients tied to the outbreak on July 22nd, but has not named any restaurant or suppliers yet. The CDC said the FDA is working to determine whether the jalapenos went to grocery stores. The FDA did not respond to requests for comments. Minnesota State officials said the majority of people sick in the state reported having eaten at Chipotle from June 14th to July 14th. The remaining people reported having eaten at a variety of other Mexican restaurants, said Carlos Midas, or Carlos, um, a senior epidemiologist supervisor at the state health department foodborne disease unit. I'm sorry, you guys, my throat is so dry. I'm sorry. It was hard for me to keep talking. 1 second.
I mean, you're at 3 minutes now. You should be done reading it.
Almost. It's right there. I tried to, but need water. And it says said Carlota Metis, a senior epidemiologist supervisor in the state health department foodborne disease unit. Salmonella infection is a foodborne disease illness usually caused by eating raw or undercooked produce contaminated with salmonella bacteria, according to the Mayo Clinic. Symptoms include diarrhea, stomach cramps, and fever. More than a dozen states are experiencing a surge in cases from another foodborne illness, cyclosporiasis. The outbreak has been traced to lettuce served at Taco Bell, was supplied by Taylor Farms, and sourced from central Mexico. More than 22,000 people have been confirmed or suspected illnesses, and 517 people have been hospitalized in that outbreak, according to the CDC. Byron Chavez, a food safety expert at Rutgers University, called the dual outbreaks coincidental, but noted that the increased testing may have helped detect contaminated food that otherwise might have gone unnoticed. However, he said the CDC's response to the salmonella outbreak was delayed, noting that Minnesota first began reporting cases of salmonella earlier in the summer. Why is this response so broken? He asked. That's
Why
all.
do we keep buying food from Mexico if it keeps causing these major foodborne illnesses?
Probably cheaper.
Probably. But both of them seem to have originated from food that was sourced from Mexico.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, you guys, you like South Park? You guys? Either one of you?
I
Yeah,
used
I don't
to.
really know South
Used to?
Park.
No. Well, season 13 of South Park, there was an episode called Dead Celebrities. And yeah, there was a joke what was it? A satirical product. Um, it was Chipotle. Do you love eating at Chipotle but hate cleaning the blood stains out of your underwear? Then you need Chipotle. With the and it had like that guy Billy Mays. Hi, I'm Billy Mays here for OxyClean, and those infomercials back in like the late '90s, early
What you
2000s.
talking about?
Yeah,
Mm.
so they made a play off of it, and so yeah, the whole idea was basically like casually accepting that, yeah, eating at Chipotle will give you bloody underwear stains from the diarrhea, but you just need a product to clean your underwear. That's no problem. So, real life, Trey Parker and Matt Stone
Um,
foresaw what was going to come in 2026.
Do
South Park
they
have
like?
something about the. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, since it was both sourced from Mexico, I just wondered, do they have different safety standards?
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but they should still wash the vegetables. You right?
Yeah.
Even if they're like, because it's not.
You can't wash away cyclosporiasis, I don't think, though.
Oh yeah,
It doesn't
I
just
Is
read
wash
that.
away.
Yeah.
No, but
You
the
just
other,
hope for
like
the best.
the jalapenos could be washed, right? That wasn't cyclosporiasis, was it?
No, that was
Uh,
salmonella.
Yeah.
I
Wash
don't
your
know.
damn jalapenos, Chipotle. Um,
Yeah, it makes you scared to go eat anywhere anymore.
mm,
or to
right.
be too far from a toilet.
Uh,
I'll just
I'd
eat
rather
it.
just not get sick in the first place.
That would be the ideal world, but we don't live in.
I
That's
should
just a
DoorDash
fantasy.
some Taco Bell.
Oh man.
I have been craving tacos and I refuse to go get Taco Bell because of all of this stuff. Now I can't have
Mm,
Chipotle either
yeah.
or Qdoba.
I mean,
My daughter actually used to
I
work at
never got
Qdoba.
the jalapeno
I never seen it
whatever
before.
stuff, and none of anything I
Qdoba's,
got.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, just my regular Chipotle order didn't have any jalapeno anything, so I'm
So you're
good.
safe.
I'm safe.
Mhm. It's all
Hopefully
good.
no one else's jalapenos got in contact with your food. Qdoba's
Mark's
basically like Chipotle.
okay.
They have the same type of food.
Mm, 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 mm. Um, there was another one. I
Mm,
don't think you sent
Well,
this to me.
I mean, no, speaking of, it's kind of like dinner time here on the East Coast.
I was
I'm
thinking when
hungry
you
too.
guys ready to call it a countdown.